Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli.
A very good morning and welcome to all participants. It's our great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the 6th International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas ICCDA 2025. Build a strong nation, advancing climate adaptation and resilience through sustainable development in coastal and delta areas. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th ICCDA is hosted by Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang, a collaboration between Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Industrial Technology.
Collaboration with Rotterdam University of Applied Sciences, the Netherlands, Hans Hogeschool Groningen University of Applied Sciences, Université de la Manoba, Tunis, VIA University College, Denmark, and also Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, and sponsored by Geotekindo, PT Adikarya, and Bank Syariah Indonesia. I am Mimi, and also my partner Indah will be your MC for today's event.
His Excellency the Vice Rector of Universitas Islam Sultan Agung Semarang, the Honorable Deans and all university leaders of Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, the Honorable all invited speakers, respected participants, both on-site and online, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, before getting started, let me make sure that you have a stable internet connection, and then please mute your microphone or mobile device and foresee noise during the event. Thank you.
Without any further, now we would like to welcome Mr. Ali Mustafa to recite Al-Quran. The time is yours.
Sudah ada berapa langkah? 6. Lakukan cuci tangan, sudah tahu?
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ardi wa ikhtilafil laili wan nahar واختلاف الليل والنهار الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cek kita nggak mendukung nih staf kita, ada yang lapor.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor our nation and our institution, we will now sing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the Unisula hymn. So we kindly invite everyone to please rise. may be seated.
The next agenda is welcoming speech and opening remarks by our chairperson of the 6th ICCDA. We please Mrs. Hermin Pujiastuti, SSI MSI. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has given us favor and help so that we can gather on this occasion. We do not forget to send our greetings and salutation to the great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic and Partnership Affairs, Bapak Andri Sugiono, STMM PhD, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering Unisula, Dr. Abdul Rahim, STMT, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Industrial Technology Unisula, Dr. Insinyur Haja Novi Marliana, STMT, Honorable Vice Dean, Head and Secretary of Study Program from both Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Technology Industry Unisula, Honorable Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service Unisula, Professor Dr. Insinyur Heni Pratiwi Adi, STMT, professors, lecturers, and faculty members, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and very warm welcome to all of you to the 6th International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas, ICCDA 2025, jointly conducted by the Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Industrial Technology, Unisula. It is both an honor and a privilege for me, on behalf of the organizing committee, to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence here today, whether you are joining us in person or virtually around the world. Based on the success of the first through 5th ICCDA, we have expanded the scope of this event to focus on unique challenges and innovation in resilient engineering through sustainable development.
Sekolah pun kita melalui yang namanya masa kita PPDS pun harus
and resilience through sustainable development in coastal and delta areas. Reflects our collective responsibility to address urgent issues of climate change, environmental degradation, and sustainable development. Together, we aim to contribute meaningful solutions that will help build a more resilient and sustainable future for our communities and ecosystems. To frame our discussion, we have identified 7 key thematic areas for this conference. The first, climate change challenge, disaster mitigation and climate adaptation in coastal and delta areas. Second, sustainable infrastructure and civil engineering. The third, planning for resilient cities and regions. The fourth, environmental technology and resource management. The fifth, energy and automation technologies. The sixth, information and computing technology. And the last, sustainable industrial system and green supply chain management. Through this multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, the conference aims to foster academic dialogue, share scientific findings, and promote collaborative solutions that integrated climate adaptation strategies with principle of sustainable development. Through rigorous research and inclusive policy frameworks, we believe that building climate resilient communities is not only possible, but essential for the long-term stability and prosperity of nation. We hope this conference will provide a valuable forum for the exchange of knowledge, innovation, and collective action in the pursuit of a more sustainable and resilient future. Based on these reasons, ICCDA 6 2025 invited speakers from different academic backgrounds and countries. They are Tess Rescue Andersen, PhD from VIA University College, Denmark, Professor Floris Bogart from Hans University of Applied Sciences, the Netherlands, Professor Dr. Habis Adam Schimsewicz from Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, Professor Huda Hakim Gyonmezi from Universiteit de la Manuba, Tunisia, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sri Artini Dwi Prastyawati MSI from Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, Indonesia, and Johan Os, MSc, and Sarah Peters from Water Footprint Implementation and Wet Skill Foundation, the Netherlands. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The 6th ICCDA 2024-25 has received a total of 78 paper submissions from researchers, academics, and professionals from various institutions, both domestic and international. All submitted manuscripts underwent a rigorous peer review process with a focus on academic quality, originality, and relevance to the conference theme. After thorough review and evaluation, 67 papers were accepted for presentation at this conference. The selected papers represent a wide range of disciplines, including civil and environmental engineering, urban planning, industrial system on information and communication technology, demonstrating the interdisciplinary nature of our shared effort to address climate resilience changes in coastal and delta areas. Furthermore, all authors of accepted papers are invited to submit their full manuscript for publication in IUP conference series, Earth and Environmental Science, a reputable international proceeding indexed by Scopus. This opportunity not only strengthens the academic impact of ICCDA 2024-25, but also provides a platform for disseminating innovative research to the global scientific community. In closing, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all reviewers, the organizing committee, the invited speakers, and all participants for your valuable contribution to the success of this conference. May this seminar be fruitful and inspire real testing chance, starting from our coastal and delta regions and reaching out to the entire nation. I would like to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to all reviewers, all presenters, all invited speakers and participants that took part in this year's hybrid conference by sharing their knowledge and insight with us. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of the organizing and technical committee members, the co-organizers, collaborators, and as well as the sponsor for their contribution to the organization of this conference. I hope this conference will prove to be an inspiring and truly transformative experience for us. Together, let us build a stronger, more resilient future for our coastal and delta communities. Thank you for your dedication and participation. May the seminar proceed smoothly and successfully. Let us build a strong, resilient, and sustainable future together. May Allah Almighty, God Almighty, be pleased with what we are doing. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Hermin, for your warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will invite the first Vice Rector of Universitas Islam Sultan Agung to give the speech. Dr. Andre Sugiono, STMM, who will joining us via Zoom. Please welcome Dr. Andre.
Thank you, Ms. Ina. Is my voice clearly?
Yes, very clear, sir.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to you all. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Unisula, Dr. Abdul Rahim, and along with the Dean of the Faculty of Industrial Technology Unisula, Dr. Senior Novi Marliana, Vice Deans, Head and Secretary Study Program from both faculties, professor, lecturers, faculty members, and all of the students, and especially for the chairperson of the 6th ICCDA conference, Dr. Hermin Pujiastuti, along with the organizing committee members, and also especially our respected speakers of the 6th ICCDA conference. The first one is Dr. Theis Rasju from via University College, Denmark. Thank you for your coming. And Johan Us from the Water Footprint Implementation and Wet Skill Foundation. Thank you, sir. And then the third is Professor Huda Hakim from Manauba University, Indonesia. And then Professor Adam Simskiewicz from Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland. And then Professor Floris Boga from the Hans University of Applied Science, Netherlands. And our internal speakers is Professor Aktini Dwi Prasatyawati from our Faculty of Industrial Technology. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, let praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious and the most merciful, for granting us in this opportunity to gather here today for such a meaningful occasion. And let us also extend our salawat and greetings to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the ultimate role model for humanity, who's teaching us, to guide us in our pursuit to knowledge and justice. On behalf of our Rector Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, Professor Dr. Gunarto, it is my honor and pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to our international conference, the 6th International Conference on Coastal and Delta Area, jointly conducted by two faculties, Faculty of Engineering and the Faculty of Industrial Technology. Today conference, the theme is Build a Strong Nation, Advancing Climate Adaptation and resilience through sustainable development in coastal and delta area. We are truly delighted to host such an important gathering today. We also collaboration with some of nation. Thank you very much for the collaboration in the spirit of global collaboration and academic exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, today we have a long position in self as a world-class university since 2023, where we are already placed in the international world-class university ranking in the QS and also Times Higher Education. Yesterday, the Times Higher Education released the ranking for the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, Impact Ranking 2025 world-class university ranking. We are already placed on the 401 ranked along with others world-class university in the world. So this is reflected our commitment to internationalization and sustainable development. This is also giving us direction, and we are proud to say that our name, Universitas Islam Sultan Agung, is increasingly recognized on the global academic stage. So, through this strong partnership with some of universities, research institutions, and global networking, we are continuously advancing our contribution to pressing these global issues, the sustainable development goals, including one of the most urgent challenges this time. We already faced the climate change issue. Unisula is deeply committed to being part of solution. Our dedication to this mission is reflected through real impactful action. For example, we held today conference. Several professors from both faculty, from Faculty of Engineering and also from Faculty of Industrial Technology, have been actively involved in research and community service as solution to address these climate change issues, such as chronic flooding problem in Semarang. So this very proud to say that. Also, Unisula is also honored to be non-official partner with the Wet Skill Foundation from Netherlands as the national initiative to bring together to our professionals and students to create innovative solutions for the water-related challenges. So proud to say that. Thank you very much for the Wet Skills Foundation Netherlands. Furthermore, our university continues to expand this collaboration program with along with the international partners such as some of universities in Netherlands as well. So we believe that This collaboration must not only be centers of our knowledge, but also give agent of change. At Unisula, we strive to embody the belief of aligning our research, education, and community service with the goals of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is very meaningful for us to focus in the intersection of environmental resilience and coastal sustainability, a topic today. And this is directly related to our home Semarang, our campus, which is located in coastal area that experiences the very challenge we seek today. We sincerely hope that this conference will serve as a platform us to discuss, break through the idea, innovative research, and transformative collaboration. May the discussion and insights shared here today not only enrich our academic perspective, but also give lead some of tangible real-world impact, especially for the communities that need this solution. Let us work together to build stronger, smarter, and more resilient coastal cities, not only in Indonesia, but also around the world. In closing, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all keynote speakers, presenters, partners, and participants who have contributed their time, their expertise, their discussion to make this event possible. Thank you very much. May this conference give the way for deeper collaboration, stronger network, and also lasting impact in our shared mission. Thank you very much. Let's open the international conference on coastal delta area by reciting basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your presence and participation. May Allah giving us berkah and rahmat. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Andre for your insightful speech. And ladies and gentlemen, now please enjoy our montage of ICCDA. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, now today, 19 June 2025, we are conducting our the 6th ICCDA. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have some information from Geo Tekindo, which is one of our sponsors today, that will be delivered via Zoom. So please, for Geo Tekindo, the time is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us today. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Daniel. I'm senior geotechnical engineer from Geotekindo. So, for now, I'm gonna show a bit of who we are, who Geotekindo, and let me continue. And then, it is the little bit history of Geotekindo. We are established in 2012, and we are specialist contractor who advance in soil improvement solutions, leading the market in Indonesia through the application of cutting-edge technologies. We are also the first in Indonesia to apply vacuum consolidation for toll road construction. The first one to apply double-stage vacuum system on ultra-soft soil backfill for Tanjung Priok Container Yard. And then we also already done over 100 major projects, delivered with a quality commitment and expertise. Our mother company, GeoHarbor Group, is one of chief editor of Chinese National Standard for Reclamation Soil Treatment, the director member of Technical Committee of China Soil Treatment, and then already more than 500 large-scale projects over the past 10 years, and then over 30 case patent technology. And below we can also see the international award and standardization we already got. And then this is the major projects in Indonesia. The first one is the Pantai Indah Kapuk. It's already up to 900 hectare area improved with vacuum consolidation method. And then the Gulf Island, and then there's a Kalibaru Terminal 1B, which 80 hectare of ultra soft soil reclamation island for container yard and port. And then there's also a Semarang Demak toll road in the north of Semarang, the section 1B, section 1C, and then section 2. Already 23 kilometers toll road with deepest PVD in Indonesia. And then there's a Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway with a total of 142 kilometers, the first high-speed railway in Indonesia. And then the last one is the Soekarno-Hatta Airport. This is the major projects. And also this is our projects. So many are almost 100 projects already done in Indonesia itself. And then this is our client, more from the government and from private sectors. From the government sectors, we also have a 33%, and then the private sectors around 67%. For the project sectors, we mostly at the housing and commercial area, and then there's a transportation infrastructure of 32%, and then there's industrial, power plant, and reclamation. This is the method of soil improvement based on our national standards. There's so many soil improvement, then we can done most of them. The first one, the compaction method. For example, there's a dynamic compaction, fibro compaction, and then also there's consolidation method, the PVD, the vacuum consolidation method, and then there's a grouting and mixing for cement columns, and or can we say that this deep cement or deep soil mixing, and then there's a jet grout columns. The final is the inclusion. The inclusion is, for example, the cement fly ash gravel, or maybe the universal name is rigid inclusion, and then there's a fiber replacement. Now I'm gonna discuss one of the major projects, Kalibaru Terminal 1B. This is the one of the expansion of container yard terminal for on reclaimed island in North Jakarta. The owner is Pelindo and the main contractor is BP. The improvement area is 82 hectare. This is a third of the new reclaimed island was built in this place. And then we improved the ultra soft condition at ultra soft condition. The challenge of reclamation is much even softer than a typical clay. Over of 5.7 million meter cube of soft mud successfully improved. The duration is 18 months. And then we use a double stage vacuum. Just not a normal vacuum consolidation method, but we use double stage. This is the first one in Indonesia, and then we use many methods. Not only vacuum, there's 7 more methods of improvement we use in this project. Maybe I will sum up of the project. This is the phase 1. So firstly, we need to do the soil investigation, the penetration test, venture test, soil boring. This is so we can define what the soil below the ground surface. And then this is the result of penetration test. And then this is the result of venture test. And then we continue from the initial condition. We use the bamboo platform installation, and then on top of the bamboo we install the geotextile woven. This is the picture from drone, where there's a bamboo of 5 layers. So many bamboo used in this area, so we can work on top of the ultra soft soil. This is the PVD installation using a portable PVD rig. The depth is not very deep. It's only 3 until 8 meter because the platform is not very stable because it's only using a bamboo. And then this is a vacuum system. We use the vacuum close system. And then continue with spreading geotextile, sealing ditch, and then spreading geomembrane. This is for the first phase, the settlement. We use the monitoring. Monitoring is the key of the successful improvement. We use in settlement plate, and then there's a vacuum gauge. The vacuum phase 1 took around 60 days, and then the vacuum reached 70 kPa. And then this is the result. It is very successful, whereas the compression of the first phase of vacuum is 10%. So for illustration, if the installation, if the PVD installation is 8 meter, 80 centimeters is the settlement for 10% compression. And then this is the result. As you can see, the result is very good, where the increment itself averages at 100%. So 100% improvement on the strength of the soil. And then this is the second phase of the terminal Kalibaru. Same as before. First one, we need to make a stable platform because we already have the stable from the first phase, and then we can increase the platform thickness so the more heavy equipment can be stand above the ground. So the second phase is a bit different. For the first phase, we use a small PVD rig. For the second phase, we use the bigger one. And then this is the sand digging and vacuum system installation. For the second phase, PVD, we use 16.5 until 25.5 meter. And then this is the vacuum monitoring system process, the installation process, the settlement plate, vacuum gauge, inclinometer, piezometer, and extensometer. We use more monitoring system and at the second phase, and then we continue with the spreading geotextile, same as first phase, geomembrane, and then we use geotextile movement separator. This is different. We use the separator because we need to protect the geomembrane below. Because after we start the vacuum, we will do the backfill above it. So there's a combination of vacuum and backfill. And then continue with sealing disc and sealing wall. Sealing disc and sealing wall have a function to lock the vacuum area so we will not have a leakage on the vacuum zone. This is the instruction. And then this is the result, a very low permeability of sealing wall. And then continue, we have a primary pump installation, and then we running the vacuum. So this is the montage of the video. Let's enjoy. So this is the worker. This is the initial condition of in 2022. as the initial soil condition. Very low strike, very weak soil. This is the installation of 5 bamboo layer. This is similar to Semarang, tol Semarang Demak. This is the first phase. We use a portable PVD of 40 units. So the geomembrane is, we got from the factory around that size, 180 meters. So workers need to work together to spread the geomembrane with a total pump of 300 units. And then the first phase is 60 days. This is the hydraulic tube for second phase. And this is the second phase of vacuum. We use 24 PVD rigs. Maybe you can compare the first one, even the rock came inside the ground surface, and then for the second phase, the heavy equipment already can stand above it. This is the current condition. Maybe that's all for my presentation today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. The technical talk from Geotekindo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to enjoy Incling Jangget performance. Incling Jangget is a traditional dance from Semarang, Central Java, which has a deep philosophy and moral value. The dance conveys a message about the importance of unity, harmony, and spirit of mutual cooperation in community life. Incling Jangget also teaches the values of patience, perseverance, and courage. So everyone, please welcome Fitriana and Mulia Putri.
ladies and gentlemen, before we begin to the invited speaker session, we would like to kindly invite all participants, both online and on site, to join us for a group photo. So we would like to remind for our online participants, so please kindly turn on your cameras and give your best smile, of course. And for the offline participants, so please, okay, so I will ask for the photographer first. You may stay on the stage. Okay, we ask you to stand up, please. Okay, and then the photographer will manage how should you do. Okay, Mas Andri. Yeah, so we are avoided the obstacles because there is two big pillars in this room. So you maybe go to the middle. Yeah, is it okay? Yeah, we will take two times. The first with the ICCDA 6 background, and the second one with the participant online background. So let's capture this special moment together at the 6th ICCDA. Okay. Okay, okay, please send okay, unggul with the letter U. Once again, maybe I will ask all the participants outside to sit down in their seat. Okay, and then we will take a picture again. Kami persilakan untuk duduk. Ya, kita akan mengambil foto kembali dengan posisi duduk di posisi masing-masing. Ya, oke. That's great. Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. So we will go to the invited speaker session, but before that, there will be a token of appreciation for speakers' contribution. So we will have a souvenir giving as our appreciation for all the speakers today, and we would like to invite the first souvenir giving. The first is from our Dean of Engineering Faculty to the first invited speakers. And then, so we please Mr. Abdul Rahim and also Tis Rascho Anderson, PhD, to come forward. Yes, please. Yeah. And the second, we invite our Dean of Industrial Technology Faculty to give the souvenir to the second invited speaker. So we please Dr. Novi Marliana and Johan Oos, MSc. And the third, we please Mrs. Hermin, Dr. Hermin Pujihastuti, to give the souvenir to Professor Dr. Sri Artini Dwi Prasetyawati, MSc. So please, we invite all the speakers and also the leaders of university faculty to come forward to the stage. So, the first, Mr. Abdullahim will give souvenirs to Tis Rascho Anderson, PhD. Okay, thank you. And then the second, Dr. Okay. Yeah. You may please remain on the stage because we will take a photo together again. And then the second, Dr. Novi Marliana will give the souvenir to Johannes. Yeah, and the third, Dr. Henry Pujias Tuti will give the souvenir to Professor Dr. Sri Artini Dwi Prasetyawati. Okay, thank you very much. And we'll take a photo group for all the invited speakers and the leaders. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Okay, thank you very much. For all speakers, please remain on the stage because after this we will continue for the invited speaker session. Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have speech session with our invited speakers today. The first invited speakers is Thijs Ratio Andersen, PhD from VIA University, Denmark. The second invited speaker is Johan Os, MSc from Westkill, the Netherlands. And the third invited speaker is, he gets a lot of grant from both national and international.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, in the morning is a very nice occasion. We can meet several invited speakers from Denmark and from the Netherlands. Honorable Vice Rector for Academic and Cooperation and Dean of Engineering Faculty, Pak Dr. Abdurrahim, and then Dean of Industrial Technology Faculty, Ibu Dr. Novi, and Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, Professor Heni Pratiwi Adi, and all head of department in Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Industrial Technology, professor and lecturer in our campus, the speakers, Thijs Anderson, Associate Professor, and then Johan Helmer, Johan Os. I know many Johan Helmer, yeah, he's from Rotterdam Motorboat. And then my colleague, Sanah Peters, who is from Witskill, and Johan Os also from Witskill, and Johan Os also from footprint, water footprint, yeah, implementation, yeah, and Sanah Peter from Witskill, she is also from Waternet, Amsterdam. Yeah, I have visited last month her office. So we know that ICCDA, International Conference Coastal and Delta Area, now in the sixth. Oh, I forget one special visitor, Pak Rindam. Yeah, Pak Rindam, you can stand. Sorry, Pak Rindam. Yeah, Pak Rindam. He is very popular in infrastructure program in Indonesia because he is advisor many project cooperation between Indonesia and the Netherlands. Yeah, as we know, international conference Coastal and Delta Area 6 is we have already first ICCDA, and I like to inform that the international conference created by Unisula, Sultan Agung Islamic University, and Rotterdam University Applied Sciences for the first time, and Nuffic Neso as well. So we mentioned also Fritz Blessing, who was from Nuffic Neso at the moment. And starting on 4th ICCDA, our paper published by proceeding indexed Scopus, yeah, indexed Scopus. The 4th, the 5th, and now is the 6th. Yeah, all paper accepted, published by proceeding index Scopus. So this publication, the paper important when indexed by Scopus. Yeah, and last ICCDA in Lombok, yeah, where is Thijs visit last yesterday. Yeah. Okay, now we have 3 speakers in the morning and 3 speaker in the afternoon. Yeah. In the morning, 4 speaker, yeah, with Sanah with us. Thijs Anderson, who is from VIA University College, Horsen, Denmark. And then Johan Os is from Westskill, we have already did a long time cooperation, yeah, since 2000, maybe 11, yeah, 11, and now it's the third. Yeah, Zoan Os, he is from water footprint application, implementation, and director of wet skill. And then in this afternoon, we have another speakers, Professor Floris Bogart from Hans University of Applied Sciences Groningen, Professor Hude from University from Tunisia, and Professor Adam, who is from Gdańsk University, Poland. And we have another participant online, maybe about 80 participants, and they will present their paper for parallel session. Parallel session will be held in the afternoon and tomorrow. Okay, so we arrive to the presentation time. First, Mr. Tess Anderson, and then the second, Mr. Johan Os, together with Sanah Peters, and the third, Professor Artini. We arrive in for the first presentation. Professor Thijs Anderson. I like to say about his curriculum vitae. So our colleague Thijs Anderson, he is from he was graduated from Aarhus University for PhD program, and then Aalborg University, Denmark, for master program, and then master program twice, yeah, 2 times, and Aarhus University master program, and bachelor from Aarhus. Bachelor from Aarhus University. And now Mr. Thijs Anderson is Director of Research in via University College Horsen. Yeah. As I know, in via University divided Director of Academic and Director of Research. Yeah. Okay, for first presentation, Assistant Professor Thijs Anderson, PhD. The time is yours.
Down here? Yeah, should I speak in that instead of? In this? Okay. Can you add my presentation? Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me here, and I'm very proud and honored to be here. Salam alaikum. Today I'm going to tell you a story about a flooding situation that we have in Denmark. Today. Hello? Oh, okay, we're back again. Today I'm going to tell you about a flooding situation we have in Denmark, where we are not flooded from above, we are not flooded from the side, but we are flooded from the ground. So this is a little bit unique situation, but as I will show you in this case, it's, I guess, a much more common situation in Denmark and around the world than we expect. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank my co-authors as well as the organization that funded this research. Denmark, like many other countries around the world, and I know also this is the case from Indonesia and as well from the Netherlands, is that we are challenged from water from three sides. From above, from increased rain events, from the side, from the ocean, and then, at least in Denmark, from below, from the rising groundwater. And as you can see on the two figures here on the right, we can see, at least in a Danish perspective, we have a severe problems with flooding. That is, could be that we have more than 130,000 houses that can be flooded within the next 20 to 30 years. But if you look into the rising groundwater, we can have almost 500,000 houses that can be threatened in the future due to rising groundwater. So that is a severe problem in a Danish context. So in this case, in order to illustrate the problems, we will zoom into a small city in Denmark called Juelsminde. And this is a traditional Danish city where we have... okay, I cannot... well, we have the inner center city in the middle of the city, and then we have summer holiday houses along the shoreline. This is a traditional Danish coastal city. And if you look into the topography, everything that is in dark blue is more than 2 meters above the sea level, and everything that of sandy materials having a high permeability and porosity, meaning that we have a lot of water flowing into this system. And the city has a risk of flooding from rain, from the ocean, as well as from the groundwater. And what did they do, and what are they doing? They do what I think everybody is doing at the moment. They build a dike, and then they start to pump behind it. So I think that's a classic situation. I know it's a classic situation in Denmark. I know it's a classic situation here in Indonesia, and I also know it's a classic situation in the Netherlands. So that is also what they have done here. At present, the dike is 2 meters above sea level, but they had just they started to elevate the dike, so it will be 2.5 meters above sea level, thereby being able to protect them from the future floodings. This is how the area looks on a sunny May, and I guess that you can recognize some of the people on the photo. This is Dr. Abdul and Professor Imam that visited us in May. And if you look at the right picture, you can see the dike, and then you can see the beach on the left, and then you can see the summer holiday houses on the right side. So this is when we have a normal sunny day, then we don't have any problems. However, when we have storm surges, as you can see on the picture on the left, we just had a storm surge, so you can see the water is lying on the right side of the dike, on the right side. But you can also see that we have water on the left side, and this is not because the water has flown over the dike and into the area. This is simply because we have rising groundwater, and we need to investigate how to deal with that. So on the right, you can see a picture from the city where you can see flooding on the streets, and here you can see floodings actually fairly inland from the ocean, and you can see the roads as well as flooding. So this area has a lot of flooding going on all over the city. And the theory that we had before we started, and there's a little animation showing this, is that we have groundwater flowing out to the sea through this sandy material. However, when we have a storm surge, the sea level will rise, and that will actually push the groundwater backwards inland, and thereby actually is starting to provide a flooding for them from below. So what happens here is that it will not be the storm surge that actually causes the flooding, it will be the groundwater that rises from below. So that is what we wanted to investigate in this situation here. And on the right, you can see a sketch showing the problem that we have, that the ocean will push the groundwater backwards inland and thereby creating a flooding on the wrong side of the dike. So the first thing we wanted to test was actually how is the dynamics between the groundwater and the sea level. And what we did was we installed 23 IoT loggers, Internet of Things loggers, out in the Juelsminde area. We did that starting 6 years ago, and we have been collecting data ever since. And we have installed 21 pressure transducer loggers, 2 salinity loggers, 1 sea level logger, and then one weather station in order to have a good idea about how the water is up there. And this is just how it looks. On the picture on the right, you can see how the loggers are installed out there, so it doesn't look at so much, and they are protected against the flooding. If you look on the right, you can see a sketch showing how they are created. We have made a hole, a well 3 meters below into the ground. In that hole, we have installed the pressure transducer loggers 1.5 meters into the groundwater, so we are sure that they always will be in the water. On top of that, we have this orange ceiling where we also have the transmitter, and it's a live transmitter, so it will send data every 10 minutes up to the air, so we can actually sit back at VIA and collect all the data every 10 minutes from all the loggers out there in the area. So we have a very good idea about how the data and the water is behaving out there. So the first thing we wanted to do was to test, to see the loggers, what are they actually influenced by? Is it the sea level or is it the rain? And in this case here, the red dots, they represent loggers that are primarily affected by sea level. So when we have a sea level change, then we can see it clearly in the loggers. Then we have the yellow dots up on the picture. They are loggers where we both have a big influence from the rain as well as from the sea level. And then we have the green dots. There's a few green dots up there, and they are primarily affected by the rainwater. And one way to illustrate how we did this examination was, in this case, this little illustration here shows how the response is after a storm surge. So here you can clearly see that some of the loggers are very affected by the storm surge and others are not affected. So by that we could actually analyze which loggers and which areas are affected primarily with the sea level rise and which one are affected by the rain events. So after we did that analysis, we started to look into, can we investigate how far inland this storm surge interaction has an influence inland. And the next one is to look into the delay of the signal. And what we did was that we took 22 different storm surge events, and then we analyzed these events and compared them to responses in the pressure transducer loggers. And first of all, we look into the amplitude, and we did a lot of investigation. We had, as mentioned, these 22 events. The biggest events, we had a storm surge of 1.2 meters above normal sea level. So not a big storm surge, but a fairly big one. And what you can see on the figure on the right, not a surprise, but as you go along from the coast, of course, the amplitude will be lower and lower. But what was very surprising for us was that we can actually see influence on the groundwater level more than 200 meters inland, meaning that when we have a storm surge, we will have a huge impact inland from this high water storm surge, meaning that we will push a lot of groundwater backwards into the system, into the land. The other thing we looked into was the delay. And if we look to the figure on the left, with the black line, that is the water level, and the gray line is the groundwater response in the loggers. So And don't mind the blue line here. But what you can see is that we can clearly see a delay between when we have the high storm surge and then afterwards we can see the responses in the loggers. And what was very surprising for us was that we could see, as we go away from the shoreline, we can see the delay, of course, is become bigger and bigger. But what we can see is that we have often a delay will happen 24 hours after the storm surge. And that was actually also the case. What we saw in Juelsminde was that after the storm surge, people were like, okay, the dike withstand the water, we are happy. And then 24 hours later, they actually had the flooding from below. And they didn't understand why. And now we can illustrate to them that we actually see that the flooding will occur one day after the storm surge. So that is quite interesting and was an eye-opener for the municipality in order to talk to the citizens about how to handle this situation out there. So the second aim was, of course, we had all this data now. We had it for many years, so we wanted to see if we could make a warning app or prediction about how the groundwater will fluctuate out there. So we use a machine learning model, a support vector regression model, in order to see if we could actually learn a machine learning algorithm, the responses from the sea level as well as the precipitation. And we managed to do that very well. As you can see on the picture on the right, we are able to make a very good prediction of the data observed. And this is actually 4 years ago, and of course now we have much more data, and the model will learn and learn and learn. So now we have a very, very precise model. We did the same with the rain events. So again, here you can see that the predicted values from our machine learning model is marked here with the gray, and you can see the observed values is blue, and then you can see the rain events here with where we have the rain coming up with the bars. And as you can see again, we have a very good, very strong correlation between our machine learning model and the observed values. So we were actually able now, with this constructed machine learning model, to predict the groundwater levels at any position within Juelsminde 24 hours after the last input measurement. And that could be sea level or precipitation. And that means actually that now we are able to make a warning for the citizens when do they need to take care of the houses and so on, because they will have a flooding from below. A couple of years ago, my PhD student Ronja made an article about this, and we are working on a new article in this area, but this is the first one. It's open source, so you can just go in and download it. So this is the warning app we made for the citizens, and I will not go into detail with that, but now what happens is they will actually get a text message saying that in 70 hours your ground will be flooded. So this helps them make climate mitigation processes in their houses and so on. So that has been a very big success for Juelsminde. Furthermore, in order for us to work with the citizens out there, we made our XR solution for Juelsminde, and we made it so you can actually just take the solution, download it on your app, and go back on your kitchen table back home as seen here, and then you can see how it works, and you will see the entire story behind Juelsminde. You will see the problems out there where we have that the groundwater is pushed backwards and up, causing the flooding due to the storm surges, and we can tell the story to the citizens and so on. So this has been, together with the municipality, a very strong tool for the citizen engagement, for the citizens to understand what is going on, and again to cope with the problems and the issues that they will have this flooding up to 24 hours after the storm surge. That was the biggest issue here, that they have very difficulties understanding how this interaction were, and now they have a very good idea about what's going on. I will not. I think it's a 2 minutes video. I will not go through it all, but it's a very nice video where people back home can, or a solution where people back home can start to work and understanding the issues out there. So this has been very helpful for the citizen engagement. So just some concluding remarks. Our investigation have increased the understanding on why Juelsminde, and after we starting for looking for this problem, we can actually see that many Danish cities has this problem where they are actually not flooded from the ocean because they have a very good dike and they have a pumping system, but the problem is they will be flooded from below. And now we understand why. And what we can see is that these high sea levels, they can actually influence the groundwater more than 200 meters inland. And I'm sure that we actually are much more inland than 200 meters. I think we can see response up to 300 meters inland. So, and we're talking about a lot of water that is being pushed back in this situation. And we can see there is a delay of up to 24 hours after the storm surge, and where we after the storm surge, and then we will see the flooding from below. We have used all this IoT data, and we have made a machine learning model that are able to predict how the groundwater level will be 24 hours in advance, thereby making us able to make a warning app for the citizens. We also made this XR solution in order to go in collaboration with the citizens about what they can do. So we have provided a much stronger foundation for the municipality to go into dialogue with the citizens about solutions and so on. And I think perhaps the most important finding here is that the dike is not the sufficient solution. It cannot stand alone, because if you only have the dike, then yes, you will be protected against the storm surges, but you will still have flooding. So you need to do something else. And what we are looking into now in the next project out there is to look into how we can start to, let's say, pump prior to the storm surges in order to level the groundwater level so much that we actually have room for all the water inside the area prior to the storm surge. So that's the next target here, is to try to figure out how we can prevail or how we can stop this flooding from below. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, applause to Thijs Anderson with excellent presentation. Yeah, I think it's a unique condition. Yeah, we know flooding or inundation cause first by rainfall and then sea level rise, and now Thijs present the flooding or inundation is also from groundwater. Yeah, thank you, Thijs. Please sit down first, and then question and answer and question will after all presentation. Now we arrive in the second presentation from Zuan Os, who is director of WetSkill, but he is also from water footprint implementation. Zuan Os, the floor is yours.
Also to Unisula, our partner for WetSkills. We signed a MOA last Monday in Jakarta for more WetSkills events. But about WetSkills, my colleague Sanna Peters will tell more. I will tell in about 20 minutes about water footprint, what it is, but also what we are doing as a company, water footprint implementation, to get funding for all the nice projects that we are doing. May I have the other presentation? Leave this to you.
Now it's water footprint, so yeah, well, you can do first.
Okay, no problem. All right, thank you for all the inconvenience, but okay. I would like to tell a bit more about water footprint and what we are doing and what it is, because water counts, and we count water. And what's we? At the University of Twente in 2022, they started the water footprint research. That became a network to disseminate the activities, and as company we really want to have this made practical and disclose all the data for companies so that they can become part of the solution by co-financing for water projects. And that can be all range of projects, and I will tell you a bit more about that. And why? Why water footprint? Look at the picture. In 1977, the RLC in Uzbekistan and some surrounding countries was very large. But then the Soviet Communist Party decided to put a lot of cotton growth there. So they used a lot of water, and you see the Aral basin shrinking. So in 2013 it was almost left. The same for in Iran for Lake Urmia, where you also see the shrinking lake. Also because they overuse a lot of water. And also these lakes were salt. And because of the salt and a lot of storm winds from Iraq, you find salt from more than 1,000 kilometers away from it. So the soil also outside the area becomes saline. Another example, the over abstraction of water in Peru. It's completely desert, but they want to grow asparagus there. So everything needs water. All our products we consume needs water. And maybe, do you know how much a cup of tea is? Who? How much liters requires 1 cup of tea? How much? 3? Maybe more, maybe less? 1,000? No, it's about 130 liters for just 1 cup of tea. So when you have a liter of tea, then it's about 1,000 indeed. But for chocolate, how much water do we need to get chocolate? 3,000. For 1 kilo chocolate, by the way. 10,000. More? It is about 18,000 liters for a kilo of chocolate. 18,000. And last one, beef. For 1 kilo of beef, how much? 50. Well, make it 1.5, and then you have, for 1 kilo of beef on world average, you needs 15,500 liters of water. So, looking at these numbers, all what we consume, we really need to have a lot of water for our production, for our consumption. And that's all written in the global standard, published by Professor Hoekstra from the University of Twente. It's recognized by more than 130 global organizations and contains more than 20 years of scientific research and a lot of data. And that's where we also step in, because with that data, you can determine the water use in a single process, but also for a product like a pair of jeans or a shirt. A shirt, for example, contains 2,500 liters of water. For a country, how much water a country consumes on average. A river basin, an aquifer, that's possible. And now it's also possible to have an assessment for companies. But now we want to make it simple. And why we want to make it simple? Oh, no. First about the water footprint. You have a direct water footprint and an indirect water footprint. The direct water footprint is the water that you use during your production chain per step. So in one step you need a certain amount of water, and when you go to the next step in the production chain, all the water used before becomes indirect water. And so at the end you have a lot of indirect water which is hidden in the supply chains. So that's why these large numbers surprise everyone. We also have 3 types of water footprint: green, blue and gray. The green water footprint is actually only the precipitation and the incorporation in the plants and the crops. So the rain does not go into the water system. When you use the water system to grow plants or make products, then it's blue water footprint. So you use the water system for your production. And the gray water footprint is the amount of water that you need to dilute certain pollution particles up to natural or accepted standards. Well, this is just an example of the beef. We really look at the whole chain. Every step, it contains an amount of water, and then we add all these steps and we know the amount of water we use. And interesting is it's also time-bound and geographically. So we are going to focus now on businesses because we want to create co-funding for water projects, also in coastal and area and delta areas. So in worldwide coming 3 years, these countries will have ESG regulations in their system. So that's really popping up. ESG regulations or reporting regulations are environment, social and governance reporting regulations where companies need to report how they perform, how their impact is on these kind of regulations. And this in Europe, for example, you have the CSRD, which is quite a strict, has a strict amount of indicators where companies need to report how they perform. And with our tool, we can measure a lot of these indicators. So that is why we want to create an extra shelf for companies where they can put in their data and yearly report. Why it's important? Because now companies say water storage, fresh water is difficult, we don't know, we do not have the data, and from now on there is data. And it's easy to create these reports so we know how companies impact water. It's aligned to the science-based targets, by the way, incorporated in that. Well, and why it's in that, this is a simple example. This is, you know the blue water footprint from a company which is located in the Netherlands. There's a factory in the US, in Egypt and Brazil, for example. You know exactly where your water is and how much you use. Then you know the hotspot mapping, and then when you so that's more based on the water availability, and when you have the difference between them, then you exactly know where your hotspots are. For example, when you use a lot of water in Brazil, but there's a lot of water already, then it's not that big of a deal. Then you can better think in Spain where you have a lot of water, but it's red, so there's no water, not that much of water, so you need to focus there. Shortly about virtual water. Our tool can also determine between countries how much water is virtually imported and exported. What is a virtual water import? When you produce something at location A and you consume it at location B, then actually the consumer in location B use water from location A, because there is the production, there is the impact. So as you see, Europe really is water, imports a lot of water from elsewhere. We do not see it. It's hidden in the trade flows, but we're really dependent on other water resources than us, than there are in Europe. Actually, the Netherlands is one of the worst. We are known for a lot of water availability, but 98% of our daily consumption, the water comes from other parts of the world. Then shortly about what we are doing on compensation. That's our new development, because in the global standard we can take action to lower your water footprint by not using water or by reducing your water use and reuse, but compensation was not there, and that's what we are now doing. And that's also a new way of financing for water projects. The World Bank in 23 had a report that states that yearly we have a lack of 140 billion US dollars to fund our water projects yearly. So they said, well, we need to have innovative private funding mechanisms to lower that gap. And that's where we have created a new method and a platform where companies can start investing in water projects to lower their water footprint. As you can see, the water projects are for a leader for an unstable leader. We're really focusing on projects, but projects that are not funded. They have a lack of funding, because if we do not do that, the projects would already be there. We are looking at the location, and it's certified by third organizations. And this is the platform, the marketplace that we launched a month ago. We already have about 15 projects on the marketplace that we calculated how many liters water are gained, where that can be used for companies to offset their water use. From upside, that are the companies. It is validated. We have a validated protocol certified by DNV. So all these projects, they have are calculated in terms of liters of water, and it can be a very diverse type of water projects, ranging from non-revenue water, wastewater treatment, but also desalination that brings in new blue water, rainwater harvesting, etc. And well, we are looking to both quality and quantity. Quality is more to dilute the amount of water to dilute pollution particles. That can be, you can gain water for that, but also how much water a project brings in the water system. We look at the social and environmental circumstances, so-called co-benefit factor, and we are looking to scarcity. Because if you are doing a project in a water scarce country, it counts a bit more than not. And we're looking to the project costs. These are the project locations at the moment. This is a project in Cape Town, but I want to say a bit about a project we did in Semarang. PDAM under the together with FAI under the Waterworks program, they submitted one of their projects, non-revenue water projects, in that we calculated how much water can be gained for how much cost. Well, based on an existing program, we did these challenges of these calculations, had the capex, the opex, and how many physical losses are reduced. And then you can get these kind of numbers. For example, it had the total caps that are 1,000 cubic meters are 1,500. So it's 1.5 million cubic meters can be gained by investing in this project, and it costs about 74 euros per cap. And by knowing this, we can go to companies who has a water impact in Semarang, and we can start trying to get them on board. So I'm going to skip that. My main takeaways: water footprint really can show how much water, what an impact is on the water use. And there are models now to create a flow from private partners. And yeah, we hope together with PDAM, Anin, right? that we get private partners on board. So thank you very much. And back to, oh no, Sanna.
Yes, it's the correct presentation. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Sanna Peters. I'm working for WetSkills. Well, WetSkills is a non-profit organization based in the Netherlands, but we have many team members all around the world because we organize some water challenges all around the world. Johan Oos, the person that you heard before me, he is the director. And this week we also had a WetSkills challenge in Semarang. There are many participants in the room, so maybe you can wave, then people know. Yes, thank you. So this was our third event in Indonesia. Last year we were as well here invited by Unisula. And the first event in Indonesia was in 2011. But next to Indonesia, you can see here, we have many events around the world. We have in 78 different countries. But also you see the more than 1,500 alumni. But included with this WetSkills edition, we have more than 1,530 participants. This was our group of last year. What we do, we organize a challenge and we invite young professionals and students from different institutes. And this was our group of this year. We went here to a field visit at the PDIM. So, what Albert Einstein said is we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. That's why WetSkills tries to invite all those different backgrounds, different nationalities, bring them all together in a 2-week program where they are working on real cases and where they really have to think out of the box. So this is the cocktail that WetSkills uses. We have we work together with institutes, for example, with Unisula. We work together with companies, and we work together with many young people. They can be students and young professionals. In 2 weeks, we try to connect them, which results in very nice outcomes, and in different outcomes than if you do a project only in a company. So the added values of WetSkills. What our program tries to do is for human capital, for example, we want to build the next future water leaders. Our sector needs a lot of younger people, but also more diverse. By connecting the different generations and the different nationalities, we can form the new future water leaders. Moreover, by thinking out of the box, we create innovation solutions that are really necessary in our delta and coastal zones. We also try to empower our youth, bring them on the table. We always connect with business events or conferences where we pitch our ideas. So we really bring youth voices to the table. Moreover, we try to form a community. We are one big family. All the WetSkills alumni, they can contact each other, they can reach out. We also have many events. I'll skip this part. So what's in it for young water talents? Well, I also did. I started first also with joining a Wet Skills Challenge in New York at the UN Water Conference. I experienced transnational cooperation and being a team. In 2 weeks, you are pressured to do the project. So it's really a pressure cooker. And you also develop presentation skills. For example, like pitching skills. But we also have the Belbin team roles training where you can find out like what kind of role you work best in a team. And of course, it's also good for your CV. But the most important thing is that we try to put a lot of energy in the sector. What Johan already said previously, we signed an MOA, right? Well, first we had the MOU, but now we have an extension with Unisula. So we want to try to create like every year a Wet Skills Challenge in Indonesia. We will also have more in Southeast Asia. At the end of the year, there will also be like a Wet Skills Challenge in Laos. So we try to like make a Wet Skills Challenge in many regions around the world and connect those regions as well. Here you can see the regions that we focus on now. Yes. Well, a little bit about the challenge that we had the past 10 days. It was hosted by Unisula for the second time. So thank you, Pak Imam. Also, Mas Juni, thank you so much for organizing everything and helping us. It was very nice. We stayed here for 10 days to work on 4 projects together with 24 participants from the Netherlands, the USA, and from Indonesia. The Indonesian participants were also from different institutes like Unisula, Undip, but also young professionals from the PDAM, for example.
Applause.
as you saw, we had like an intense program. We went on field trips to see the all the water challenges around Semarang. We worked on cases of 4 case owners, but we also had lots of fun. We worked on 4 cases. Here you can see the posters, the results of all the participants. The first case was, for example, about community, engaging the community in projects. It was for the Blue Deal. Second case was building with nature for Van Oort. Third case was revitalization of the Semarang River, which was the case owner Culture Heritage Semarang. And the fourth case was about offsetting the water footprint. So of course it's a challenge. So it is a competition. We are all winners because we all gained lots of experience and skills. But we try, there was like also a competition aspect involved. All the participants, they worked for 10 days on the results. They had to deliver a pitch, a poster and a paper. And the pitch they were able to present yesterday at the Dutch Water Economic Mission in front of high-level people. For example, the water envoy of the Netherlands, Maaike van Ginneken, was in a jury. And each of the team, they had to pitch within 2 minutes their idea. So it's very tough. Yes. Well, if you are curious about the winner, I think the students and the participants, they will maybe you can later ask them what their project was about. The Save Semarang poster, they won. But, of course, like we are one big family, we all won. A lot of friends. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sana, and welcome to all wet skill participants. And thank you for the 4 case honor result. And we will learn more in detail about your result. And then I like to communicate to Semarang municipality and Central Java province as well. All 4 case honor that you give the result. Thank you for all participants with skill and also the speaker who managed with skill in Semarang this years. So we we arrive in the 4th invited speaker, Professor Dr. Artini. She is a professor in electronic, but electrical engineering. She has many help in civil engineering for sensor and then IoT. I think it's a little bit similar device with Professor Thijs, yeah, and IoT. Yeah. So we can discuss more about the device developed by Professor Artini. Professor Artini, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity given to me, Prof. Imam. Okay, the Honorable Professor, my Rector, Professor Dr. Haji Gunarto, SHMH, Dr. Abdul Rahim as a Dean of Engineering Faculty, Dr. Insinyur Novi Marliana STMT as our Dean in Industrial Technology Faculty, the Chairman of ICCDA, Dr. Hermin, and all of distinguished speaker and all of the audience here. Okay, I will give a presentation about the role of AI, artificial intelligence in Delta and coastal area. Okay, first I will explain. Maybe all of you know what is Delta and what is coastal area, but I will explain quickly here. Again, next. This is a delta area. The formation of river delta. Excuse me. Okay, the formation of river delta. River delta form where a river meets still or slowing mover water, causing sediment to settle at the river's mouth, like this in the picture. And what is the characteristic of delta? The size and shape of delta depend on sediment transport processes and the nature of the water bodies receiving the sediment. So what is the importance of delta? Delta support agriculture, provide habitats of various species, and protect coastlines and influence water supply. And then what is the coastal area? Coastal area are transitional areas between land and sea that are influenced by the characteristic of the sea and natural or human processes also. And then artificial intelligence or AI. I think this is the important subject that I will present. AI is a technology designed to make computer system capable of imitating human intellectual abilities. So AI allow computer to learn from experience, identify patterns, make decisions, and complete complex tasks quickly and efficiently. This is AI. And then there is many advantages of AI, but here I will show you only 3 advantages of AI. Yeah, analytical capabilities and accuracy. AI can analyze large volume of data quickly and accurately, enabling more informed decision making and enhanced predictive capability. And the second, efficiency and cost saving. With its high processing speed, AI can complete tasks swiftly and precisely, which helps save time and reduce costs in various sectors such as manufacturing, maybe banking and logistics. And then the third advantages is learning and objectivity. AI can independently learn from data and improve its performance over time. It also processes information objectively, free from human biases, leading to more accurate and reliable decision making. Okay, this is advantages of AI. But even though AI has many advantages, AI also have several disadvantages, yeah, that need to be considered. What is that? This is the disadvantages of AI. Data dependent. AI performance is highly dependent on the data using for training. The data using for training. Suppose the data used in unrepresentative or contaminated by bias. In that case, the AI system can produce inaccurate or unfair result too. And the second, limited understanding of context. Yeah, AI couldn't sense a language. It didn't know language. So AI often struggle to comprehend complete context. For example, in natural language processing, AI may not be able to understand hidden meaning or nuances of the conversation. Yeah, it did not know the hidden meaning of the language. Yeah, and the third disadvantages is security and privacy. The use of AI can involve data security and privacy risks. Data collected and used by AI system can be vulnerable or to attack or misused by unauthorized parties. And the last, human job replacement. AI's ability to automate tasks can threaten human job. Simple and repetitive job can be replaced by AI system, thus affecting certain job fields. I think it is happened today, yeah, in our country, maybe in another country, because people will lose their job, and then the job will be replacement by the AI ability. Yeah, I think that's happened today. And then the conclusion of AI for potential AI. For potential of AI, what is the potential of AI? AI has significant potential to enhance efficiency and accuracy across various fields. And what is the implementation of AI? Despite its promise, AI should be implemented with caution. We must be cautious with the AI. Risk of AI, it is important to consider that potential drawbacks and ethical implications associated with AI use. Okay? And so I will show two examples of research using AI. The first is fuzzy logic, and the second is neural network. Maybe it is different from civil engineering here, because I am from electrical engineering. So my subject is in fuzzy logic, neural and control system, yeah, and maybe in prediction and forecast, maybe, yeah, forecast. So the first subject is the fuzzy logic. What is the key concept in fuzzy logic? There is 5 key concepts of fuzzy logic. The first is fuzzy sets. The second is membership function, linguistic variable, fuzzy rule, and then fuzzy inference systems. What is the fuzzy set? A fuzzy set is set without a sharp boundary. So fuzzy only used for a set that without a sharp boundary. The membership of element in a fuzzy set is described by the membership function that assign each element a degree of membership ranging from 0 to 1. There's no sharp boundary. Yeah? And the second membership function, this function defines how each point in the input space is mapped to a membership value or degree of membership between 0 and 1. Common membership function include triangular, maybe trapezoidal, and maybe Gaussian function. This is a membership of function. And the linguistic variable, these are variables whose value are words or sentences from natural language rather than numerical values. For example, temperature might be described as hot, warm, and cold. There is no sharp boundary between hot, warm, and cold. Or maybe if we know about the humidity, if humidity, for example, another sample is humidity, we can describe as very humid, and maybe less humid, yeah, like this: hot, warm, or cold. So we can say that fuzzy rule, these are if-then statements. In fuzzy rule, there are if-then statements that form the basic of decision making in fuzzy system. For example, if temperature is high, then the fan speed is high. For the humidity, maybe if humidity is less, yeah, is less humid, and then we must give water to the plant. It is fuzzy rules, yeah. Fuzzy rules that we have 2 examples, maybe, temperature and humidity. And then the last fuzzy inference system, the system uses fuzzy set theory to map input to output. It involves falsification, evaluation, and defalsification. And then the second method, Yeah. It is a neural net. It's still application of physiology. Yeah. It is application. And what subject the application of physiology in artificial intelligence? The application of physiology is in a control system. Yeah. Nothing is free from control in automatic era. Yeah. Automation era. All of the tool is need a control system. And the second is expert system, image processing, decision support system, NLP, robotic and industrial automation. And then the second subject is neural network. Now I take a artificial neural network. There is a key concept of ANN, artificial neural network. Artificial neural network or ANN are computational model that imitate how the human brain works to process information. And ANN consists of nodes like neuron in the human brain, yeah, that are connected to each other through connection or synapses, forming layer in the structure known as network architecture. Yeah, there is 3 layers in ANN: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. What is the description of each layer? This is the description. Input layer receive data from outside. Yeah, it is scanned from maybe receive from the pixel. Yeah, receive the pixel value of the process image, maybe from the sensor that we take to the device. Yeah, and the hidden layer. This layer process data using weight determinate. Yeah, in Indonesia we say bobot. Yeah, we process the data using bobotnya. Yeah, during training. Its neuron is in this layer perform calculation based on weight it has learned. Then output layer, it is the final result of the computational process. For example, in the classification application, the output layer might provide category label for the given data. Now, training is a crucial process in artificial neural network, like in the fuzzy 2. Yeah? During training, the network learns from the given data by adjusting synapses weight to minimize error in prediction or classification. Yeah. And there are 2 main components, forward propagation and backward propagation. This forward propagation data processed to the network from the input layer to output layer generate initial prediction. Yeah. During forward propagation, its neuron compute result based on weight and activation function, then producing output that are used to access model performance. And backward propagation is detect error. Back propagation are used to adjust the weight based on the detected error. This process repeated over and over again with iteration until the network reaches the desired level. All accuracy. This is the 2 process involve 2 main components. And I will show that the 2 research about fuzzy logic and neural network, it is can be developed for the research related to delta and coastal area, I think, yeah, because it is relevant to river management in coastal and delta area. The fuzzy logic method is used to identify sediment location that can affect river flow and flooding, impact on the management of healthy data ecosystem, and adapt to climate change. And the ANN, artificial neural network, its potential application in supporting transportation system in coastal and delta areas, autonomous vehicle application for environmental monitoring, for example, detecting shoreline changes or sediment distribution. Benefit in reducing dependence on conventional vehicle for field surveys. I think it is, yeah. So I will show the research using fuzzy logic. It is my research and team. Yeah. The title is Use of Hybrid FLC Fuzzy Logic Controller, Least Mean Square Algorithm in Developing Tools to Handling Water Problem in Indonesia. This is a schema, research scheme. First, we can take input from the sensor. I use ultrasonic sensor here, and the input processed by FLC. And then we know the raw volume, still raw volume. Yeah, the input sensor is detect the presence of object. Yeah, object. Then the motor will raise or lower the sensor after we process the FLC. So input from sensor, the output is raw volume or movement of the sensor. And then the fuzzy intuitive is used for decision making. Yeah, if the result of the FLC is maybe not like what we desired. Yeah, so this is the fuzzy intuitive will make sure if we have to use another method to make the raw volume become a volume, exact volume. Yeah, I think the output is that. And if the decision is we have to use another method, we choose another method is LMS, least mean square, and then we can get the exact volume after we process the LMS adaptive. Yeah. This is electronic design or wiring diagram. There's LCD, Arduino, maybe a motor, and also sensor. Yeah, I think it's enough. And there is a 7 program that run the prototype. Program for LCD, for button, from DC motor, for rotary encoder, set motor, sensor, and run prototype itself. This is fuzzy inference rule. This is maybe of the key concept, one of the key concept. It is if then, yeah. It is in the one of the key concept in fuzzy. So I and my team use error and change of error to know to drive the sensor. If error is negative and change of error is negative, then sensor lowered and so on until we sensor raise, sensor lower, and sensor doesn't move. Yeah. And then this is a comparison between fuzzy logic control and conventional control, PID, proportional, integral, and derivative. We can see that the FLC can reach convergence quickly than PID method. Yeah. Although there is a oscillation, but it's can reach the convergence state quickly. And then, chart, yeah, for height, length, and width measurement. Now, this is a fuzzy intuitive set. It is, I think it is next, yeah, because it is a mathematics statement, yeah. There's alpha, first beta, second beta, yeah. So, fuzzy intuitive set can make a decision. We need to take another method to take exact volume or not. Yeah. So in this statement, in this fuzzy intuitive set, yeah, this is the formula. The result need to be improved with prediction using LMS. Yeah, because the uncertainty is so high, and information is so low. Yeah. So it is need to be improved with prediction using LMS. Yeah. This is LMS adaptive predict process. Yeah. Block diagram of LMS adaptive. There is a weight, yeah, with input, weight, and then iteration. And in lower in line linear combiner structure is input output process. Yeah. This is LMS adaptive process toward convergence. Yeah, if the length is reached 40 centimeter, so it is the real length. Yeah, because we know in our research we know the length, height, and also width. So maybe if we have to take our prototype to real river, we didn't know what is the real length. Okay, and then we make scaling to make we have to know, we will know the real prototype area, which the comparison of the artificial and real river tools, and then we have that the prototype area must be 2004 or 205,000 square centimeter. Yeah. And this is our prototype first. It is a little prototype and there are real device. It is my team, Pak Bustanul, and maybe he didn't hear, and Pak Agus Adi. And there is a real device. Yeah. This is our publication in Scopus, hybrid FRMSL in 2020, yeah, in INAS, International Journal of Intelligent Engineering. Now I will explain about autonomous vehicle with neural network. It is doctoral program research by Dr. Eka, and I am a co-promoter. This is a design of system. Because it is autonomous vehicle, so we have a sensor ultrasonic also, max boutique, and we have the sensor in the front and rear array, right and left side array, and also speed science as an input in the control and algorithm. And the output is braking driver and steering driver. Braking driver can hard braking, can soft braking, go straight, turn left on, turn right. And this is the schema. Yeah, input, neural network, output, and what is the action for the autonomous vehicle. And then this is max boutique ultrasonic sensor test and its placement. So the real, we want to take the sensor in like this, yeah, like in the right. And this is the test, yeah, sensor test. There's a wheel too, so the prototype can also can right away, left or right, yeah. And then ultrasonic sensor as input, yes, like before, yeah, left front, right front, etc. Then this is a flowchart system. And this is neural network algorithms design. This is a hidden layer, 27 hidden layer. It is computation is so so hard, yeah, I think, yeah. This is a publication in 2024 and in 2020, I think, in the Scopus journal. Okay, I think enough. It is enough. Our explanation about AI. Thank you and see you in another occasion. I do apologize if I have a mistake, yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Artini. Bu Artini is strong in mathematics, because she was a graduated bachelor in mathematics. So for Bu Artini, learn and implement fuzzy logic and then artificial neural network. It's easy for her, yeah. For us, maybe it's very difficult, yeah. So we arrive in the last session, question and answer. Please raise hand before give the question. We select 3 participants, please. Yeah, 1, 2, and another. From Westkill? Not yet. Yeah, okay. To participant first. Please present yourself. I know you, but the speaker no. And then give the question.
Okay, thank you Prof. Imam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the time. I want to ask Prof. Artini, maybe. I'm so interested with your presentation. Maybe another speaker can give the POV too. Okay, Prof. Artini, you explained that to use optimization tools like a fuzzy or convolutional neural network maybe have to have this disadvantage about the data driven. Nah, I want to ask, the project in civil engineering have a unique case in each other, maybe in depend on environmental condition and another one. So there is a consideration of what kind of project that we can use. There is a specific criteria to use fuzzy or another tools maybe. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for opportunity for me. I am Suryani Alifa, one of lecturer in electrical engineering. I would like to ask Dr. Teus. I'm interested in your investigation related to the prediction of the groundwater. I would like to know what is the input feature to predict the groundwater and what is the output, and how many accuracy of the prediction, and maybe about the implementation of the result of how the implementation of the result, maybe the experience for implementation of the result. Thank you, Dr. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you. And the last is for my question to Johannes. Who do you cooperate in the project of water footprint implementation, and in Netherlands and other city as well, and other country as well, and then how the type of cooperation or contract with the institution in Netherlands or in other city as well. Okay, please. First, Dr. Thais, you can answer the question from Bu Artini, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for a very good question. I hope I remember all the questions, or else we can talk afterwards. Well, the data input that we use in our model is based on pressure transducers. And what they do is that they measure the water level above the transducer. So that's why we have them put into the water all the time, and then we have measure the elevation from the logger to the surface, and when the water is rising or lowering, we can measure the pressure, and that we can translate into elevation of the water level. We have data every 10 minutes, and I guess that also based on the presentation by Professor Atami, I think it could be very interesting to collaborate on making IoT sensors around Indonesia and to see how the groundwater could behave here. I think that could be very interesting. I think you have the knowledge to create the sensors, and it could be interesting. In relation to the machine learning question, well, I'm not an expert in machine learning. That is my PhD student that is the expert. So I think if you have a specific question about that, then I can bring it back to her, and she can write to you about the specific machine learning algorithm that she has been using. I know you have more questions, but I cannot remember them all. Can we talk afterwards, if possible? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Directly to.
Yes, thank you, Pa Imam, for your question. About cooperation, well, as said, in the Netherlands, we work together with the University of Twente and the Water Footprint Network. The Water Footprint Network contains of a lot of academia worldwide, or professionals interested in the water footprint. For the water footprint compensation, we work together with an institute in Spain. It's a research institute under the Veolia Barcelona and City of Barcelona, University of Barcelona, called CETAQUA. They and with the University of Cape Town, where we have some colleagues from water in South Africa. Yeah. For the compensation itself, the water projects can be brought in by NGOs, local utilities, even companies, with the support by the surroundings, so the national or local government. We try to set up some coalition of the willings with for example, South Africa and the Romanian government. We started the conversations with the Indonesian government as well, Pak. So, yeah, and well, when you have these projects and companies like the breweries, food and beverage, textile, then the financial part will be part. And for that, we are talking to financial institutes like banks, ING, but also in South Africa and China. So it's a whole ecosystem. No? Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. So we hope also can will offer to PhD student in Unisula to learn more about the method, the finance method for water management. Yeah. Okay, next, Bu Artini.
For Ibu Lala. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yeah. AI, artificial intelligence, can use to solve the complex problems. So the variable must be many variables. Yeah. If there's only one variable, it's not we cannot use. Yeah. If we use AI, there's no use for AI. It is AI only used for the many variable. If only for 1-2 variable, you can use a conventional control. Yeah, maybe PID, like I explained before. For example, if we want to make a classification about maybe the area, the water elevation. Yeah, you can we can know the high level elevation in what area. Yeah, so we can make a classification. So the AI can give us the recommendation or give us the decision making. So in this area, what will we do to solve the problem like this? Yeah. So maybe classification, we can prediction or forecast like Mr. Tesia, forecast or optimization, and also detection anomalia maybe, or this apa ya, penipuan saya. Oh yeah, it is we can use AI for solve that problem. So only a complex problem because there is many variable, yeah, and if only one, there is not need use AI. And for fuzzy, there must be no sub boundary. Yeah, if we only know the elevating water elevation, it's not need use AI. Yeah? But if we know the area and we make a decision making and we take a recommendation, so we have to use AI, yeah? Artificial. The method is many methods for AI, I think. Think it's enough? Ulala, yeah. Thank you very much.
Hello? Yeah. Hi. Just to follow up on the great answer Professor Artemir gave. Well, in the Danish case, we needed to collect 2 years of data before we have enough data to perform our machine learning. And machine learning is a subdivision of AI, so there's many similarities between the two cases. So we needed 2 years of data before we had enough data, and I would say it's actually just after 5 years of collecting data that we have enough data to have these, we are able to make these prediction with a high certainty. So as your professor said, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of data and it takes a lot of energy into the data to be sure that you have good data, it's not biased, and it represents, of course, cannot represent all scenarios, but represent a lot of scenarios, so you can train your model according to that. And as far as I remember, you also asked me a question last time, right? Yeah, I remember. Good.
Okay, thank you, Tesh. And about wet skill, I think please you watch the poster, the 4 poster case honor. I think it's something interesting. You can ask the question to Sana and also all participants of wet skill who also present in this meeting. The time is enough because Johan Os will fly in the afternoon, so we can close for the question and answer. And thank you for all attention and participant, and we hope that the session give the new idea and innovation to develop our program, cooperation, and develop our infrastructure in Indonesia. Thank you all. Dr. Thais, Johan Os, Sana, and Professor Artini. Applause to all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So ladies and gentlemen, please give warm applause to our speakers and moderators today. Okay, distinguished guests, that concludes our first invited speakers and discussion session. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all our invited speakers for their insightful presentation, and also for our moderator, Professor Imam, for leading the session so gracefully. And we hope all participants found the session enriching and inspiring. So ladies and gentlemen, after this we will take a break for lunch and the whole prayer, and the conference will resume at 1 o'clock with the next series of invited speakers. So please be back on time, and we look forward to seeing you after the break. Thank you very much. Okay, so before we end this first invited session, we will take a group photo with all the speakers and also moderator. Okay, once again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin the second session for invited speakers for this conference, and let me check whether our participant online, are you already joined in the Zoom? And do you have my voice clearly? Okay, thank you. And there are many participants already joined via Zoom. and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas. So we hope you had a pleasant lunch and prayer break. We are now ready to continue with our second session of invited speakers, that which we will be held entirely online. So to all on-site participants, you are kindly asked to remain in the main conference hall and follow the presentation via the screen provided. And for our online participants, please ensure that your Zoom connection is stable and please mute your microphone throughout the session. And here are our invited speakers today. The first is Prof. Houda Hakim Germazi from Manobo University, Tunis, and then Professor Dr. Adam Simkiewicz from Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, and the last is Professor Floris Bokert from Hans University of Applied Science, the Netherlands. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly introduce our moderator for this online session, Dr. Arif Marwanto. He is a senior lecturer at the postgraduate program in electrical engineering at Unisula, Semarang. Dr. Arif earned his doctoral degree from University Technology Malaysia and holds a professional engineering certification in Indonesia. His expertise includes electrical engineering, cognitive radio networks, and intelligent systems, with several Scopus Indexes publications to his credit. And now, without further ado, I would like to hand over this session to our moderator, Dr. Arif Marwanto. We are pleased to have him guide us through the session. Please welcome Dr. Arif Marwanto.
Thank you very much, Ms. Indah, for giving time to me to moderate our online session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues and participants from around the world, welcome to the International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas 6 ICCDA 2025, with special themes of building a strong nation, advancing climate adaptation, and resilience through sustainable development in coastal and delta areas. This conference is one of the prestigious gathering to leaders, innovators, and professionals from across the globe. It is truly an honor to be your moderator today as we embark on this journey of exploration, knowledge sharing, and collaboration. As we bring together experts from various fields, let us remember that this conference is not just about presenting ideas. It is about fostering connection, engaging in meaningful dialogue, and creating lasting partnership that can drive impactful change. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of the networking opportunities, to actively participate in the discussion, and to challenge conventional thinking. Your presence and contribution are what make this conference a dynamic and transformative experience. Now, it is my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Prof. Houda Hakim, from Manuba University, Tunis. As she is a renowned expert in corporate network, organization performance, industrial districts, and clustering, network governance, and value creation, knowledge sharing, innovation, network culture, business intelligence, and information system and decision support system. So let me introduce a brief biography of Prof. Houda Hakim. Prof. Houda Hakim holds a PhD degree in Management Science from Faculty of Law, Economics and Management, Tunis. She is a professor in business administration, actively supervising doctoral students and involved in various international scientific conferences. She is a member of scientific committee of several international conferences, such Emine Emis 2008, and when she served as general chair. Yeah, has accompanied nation and international companies. Yeah. In the development of management engineering solution during the supervision of final projects. Please join me in giving warm welcome to Prof. Huda Hakim from Manuba University as he takes the stage to share insight of AI for the planet innovation is challenging climate change. Please welcome Prof. Huda Hakim. Okay.
Good morning. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizer and all my colleagues for this invitation to be part of this panel alongside such brilliant minds. I sincerely hope to meet you in person, but for time constraints, I will try to make exchange virtually, hoping to see you in person in another opportunities. So for today, I choose this title, AI for the Planet. Innovation is challenging climate change. So to introduce these topics, I will speak about climate change in general, then I will focus on adaptation in coastal and deltatic areas with a study of the Tunisian case. So as you know, there is many challenges in the climate change, and referring to the IPCC report, the global warming projections, we have a global temperature reach 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2030 to 2035, and also intensified heat waves 2 to 3 times more frequent at 1.5 degrees Celsius. Concerning carbon emissions, we note remaining CO emissions to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius. And we have now regional climate risks. In this case, the sea level rise from 0.28 to 0.55 meters by 2100 with deep emission cuts, and we note extreme weather trends. So we note that there is a climate change with challenges in coastal areas, and here we have a sea level rise, since there is a direct threat to coastal infrastructure and populations. And also we have a coastal erosion. In fact, land loss and fragile biodiversity are the consequence of this coastal erosion. There is also a soil salinization. So there is a negative impact on agriculture and water resources. Other extreme events like storms and floods causing climate includes migration. So for all these challenges, we have some mitigation pathways. For example, renewable energy adoption rates needed, carbon emission budgets to limit warming to 2 degrees Celsius. So CO emissions should decline 43% by 2030 via rapid scaling of renewable energies. We have also the land use reforms, and another key or another mitigation pathways is the ICT innovation, in which we present now how we can use it. As you know, techniques related to water management have developed rapidly over the past 20 years. the perception of the complexity of many water-related issues has grown rapidly, leading many people to feel that we are less capable of intelligently managing our resource today than we were 20 years ago. So we use ICT, we use AI, we use data science, and the objective is to identify trends, patterns, connections, and correlations in large data sets. So as you see here in the figure, you have AI with focusing on machine learning or deep learning, and in the other hand, we have mathematics and statistics. And as a common area, you have the data science. So machine learning technology allows computers to learn without being explicitly programmed. And concerning water management, the use of data science in water supply has several policy implications for improving the performance of water utilities and essentially the quality of service delivery. This is based on the multiplication of first sensors, the deployment of communicating meters and high performance networks for data transfer. Also, we have the use of aerial and satellite imagery and increasingly artificial intelligence, which is really very important in order to have supervision or to generate some ideas. So, as you know, comparing with past, water management relied more on traditional methods. Now, since we have many information, many data sources, which are diverse and numerous, so data science and machine learning techniques become increasingly useful for water management tasks. And this improvement is due to many key factors. We have the increasing availability of data, the improved computational capabilities, and the increased adoption by practitioners. So machine learning models can be implemented to calculate leak probabilities, to prioritize pipe renewal, and reduce the risk of future leaks. So essentially the objective is to optimize investment and improve the efficiency of asset management. Generally, the data is collected by operations agents who enter various information and attach photos to mobile applications. And usually the data is added to a database and added also to historical data, which allow the self-learning system to create a new indicator in the machine. But don't forget that you can have the risk of failure of each section in the network. So, ICT for potential adaptation. We have essentially four axes. We have the monitoring and modeling, so data collection and analysis to anticipate risks. The second axis is water resource management that help irrigation optimization and water quality monitoring. The early warning system, we have a rapid dissemination of critical information to vulnerable populations. And in the sector concerning agriculture, precision agriculture, so adapting practices to changing climate conditions. So we move now to some concrete application of ICT around the world. For example, for Netherlands, they use advanced dike management system using ICT. In Bangladesh, cyclone early warning via mobile phones. In Mekong Delta, online platforms for sharing good agriculture practices, etc. So for water machine learning, and according to some research what are published in some journal, like the journal Water Resources Research, in 2020, they found, the results of the research found that machine learning algorithms improve the accuracy of drought prediction by up to 20% comparing to traditional statistical methods. An improvement of accuracy concerning the flood prediction up to 15% comparing to traditional and statistical methods. The same journal propose and confirm an improvement of efficiency of water distribution networks by up to 20% compared to traditional methods, and improve accuracy of water quality prediction by up to 25% compared to traditional statistical methods, as presented in the figure. So here I will, after speaking about theory and some theoretical concepts related to machine learning and related to how we use machine learning in water management, here are real cases. For example, for Chicago waterfront cleanup, they use a predictive model that can predict the city which could be closed due to high level of the dangerous bacteria. Another practical example related to Tuvalu. You know that Tuvalu is a small Pacific island nation composed of low-lying atolls, making it one of the most climate vulnerable countries on the earth. And Tuvalu has an agreement with Atmo, which is a smart startup proposing solution used by Tuvalu, and the solution is based on AI-powered forecasting. So there is a use of machine learning models trained on 16+ years of historical weather data and satellite imagery and real-time environmental sensors. Also, the solution proposes real-time updates. So here, forecasts are generated and updated with minutes, ensuring community receive timely early warnings. The solution offers also high resolution by granular forecast tailored to small-scale geographies like island chains, critical for places like Tuvalu. And finally, the solution proposes disaster preparedness. So it enables early flood and cyclone warning, evacuation planning, and infrastructure protection. Another solution which is proposed in United Kingdom is the Topoformer. The Topoformer is a hybrid deep learning model which integrates transformer-based encoders with convolutional long short-term memory layers to achieve essentially high accuracy in modeling topographic beach profiles. And the model was developed essentially to address challenges in coastal management, navigation safety, environment AI monitoring, and leveraging data from the Wales State Coastal Monitoring Center. So if you want to have an idea about the performance of the Topoformer, so he achieves a mean absolute error of 2, which is really precise in geospatial modeling, especially for dynamic environments like coastlines. Concerning training, Topoformer use over 2,000 coastal datasets, including satellite imagery, UAV drone photogrammetry, and wave and wind datasets. And it's really an important training data. Another idea related to Princeton Rutgers, which is in the laboratory in 2025, the researchers propose reinforcement learning to simulate how coastal barriers can be adaptively deployed in response to rising sea levels from one side, and to simulate also storm surges. So here there are two phenomena or two events which are caused by climate change. And this simulation helps to learn from environmental feedback over time and optimize when and where to deploy barriers. This is really very important since we have a dynamic model who adjusts the strategy based on changing conditions such as storm frequency and intensity, thereby improving cost efficiency. So here it's not a static model, it's really dynamic. And the results demonstrate significant saving with costs reduced by 6 to 36% under moderate climate change scenarios, and as much as 77% under extreme scenarios. These results highlight the potential of AI-driven adaptive infrastructure to outperform rigid research strategies in protecting vulnerable coastal areas. And this is really important to do and to have results like this in order to take the decision in the moment, in the adequate moment. We move now to Tunisia. I hope that you have visited Tunisia. So Tunisia here, I will give you an idea about Tunisia. So we have three distinct and contrasting climate zones in Tunisia. We have the northern Mediterranean climate zone, a central steppe climate zone, and a southern desert climate zone. So for the center and the south of the country, the climate change with, for example, increases in annual temperature and significant reduction in annual rainfall. But concerning the northern region, there is a rise in sea level, which is already threatening increased erosion, flooding, and salinization of aquifers in coastal areas. So just to give an idea about Tunisia, we have 1,300 kilometers of coastline exposed to erosion and rising waters. There is a hydric stress impacting agriculture and tourism. And to add, the population and economic activities are concentrated on the coast. And we have limited resources to cope with changes. So, how we use ICT in Tunisia for adaptation and what are our solutions that we have now? So there are some meteorological platforms that gives essentially climate data accessible to local stakeholders. Precision agriculture projects, adapting crops to climate changes. There are some agriculture mobile applications giving information on irrigation and climate conditions, and some early warning system which strength to protect vulnerable population. I want to propose in this presentation two recent projects in Tunisia. The first one is Orientate, is in Jerba. Orientate is a project in collaboration with Germany. The project established a living lab for coastal protection through seagrass transplantation. And essentially, the project involves the use of sensors to measure essentially currents, waves, nutrients, etc., paving the way for AI-assisted analysis to monitor the effectiveness of the measures. The second project which is also recent in Tunisia in the region of Bizerte, precisely in Ghar al-Milh. So the project titled Adapting to Climate Change Impact through Smart Irrigation in Ghar al-Milh Wetland Area, Tunisia. This project is launched in 2023 in Ghar al-Milh region and aimed at addressing climate change challenges through innovative agriculture practices. The project is implemented by the Global Water Partnership Mediterraneans under the leadership of the General Director of Rural Engineering and Water Exploitation within the Tunisian Ministry of Agriculture, Hydraulic Resources and Fisheries, with partners including the National Institute of Agronomy of Tunisia and the Regional Commissary for Agriculture Development in Bizerte. And the project is financed and supported by the Ministry for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta and co-financement by the GEF UNEP MAP MED program. So after this presentation, there are many debates related to machine learning and how we use it in water management. The first debate and the important debate is related to the data quality and access. So when we speak about data science, when we speak about machine learning, when we speak about big data, etc., in water management, it's important to have data which are accurate, complete, and up-to-date. So obtaining high-quality data can be a challenge, particularly in the context of water management, where data may be dispersed or difficult to access. Difficult to access because here we have also something which is really very important, data privacy and securities. And when we speak about water management, data may be dispersed and difficult to access, and data are private for each country. Another debate which is also very important is related to data and the algorithmic bias. So when we use machine learning, when we use algorithms, data should be without any biases, and if the data used to train the algorithms will be biased. So when we are in the context of water management, where decision made using data science and machine learning techniques can have significant impacts on communities and the environment, we need to have a good data which is not biased and an algorithm which is not biased. This is really very important to have a good decision concerning water management. So I will move now to debates related to Tunisia. The debates, there are general debates, but for Tunisia, for example, we have some opportunities related to how we can expand ICT in Tunisia, for example, improving data collection, having inclusive alert system, try to have sustainable resource management, try to enhance ICT innovation, to enhance young people for entrepreneurship, etc. These opportunities are really important in water management and climate change in general. But some challenges to overcome to maximize ICT use, I can speak about essentially the lack of coordination. So we need more coordination between government, private sectors, and civil societies. We need improving technical capacity to better leverage ICT tools like Gen AI, like agentic AI, cloud, big data, etc. It's really very important. The limited access to technologies, because for some coastal areas, they are isolated access to technology, and this is really important to think about. And of course, the participatory approach. It's really very important to involve local communities. It's really a crucial idea to do this. So I think as a strategic person that could help in strategy, we can propose some recommendation for effective use of ICT. For example, concerning the national strategy, it's really important to define the use of AI for climate change, for water management in general, for green environment, etc. This is an important thing to focus on national strategy. Also, we need to think about infrastructural investment, since we have to improve connectivity and technology. We have to make a program, to make a budget, to planify for all this. The capacity building is also really very important, so we must have the idea to make program for training, a local training, or technical train for local and technical stakeholders. This is also really very important, and we have to identify the budget, the trainer, the person, etc. Everything must be planified in advance in global strategy. Also, collaboration is also very important, since it's a way to promote exchanges and information sharing, like we are doing now in this conference. When we share knowledge about strategies related to water management or climate change in general, that could be a really good idea and a good strategy of win-win, since when we share knowledge, there will be a creation of value for all the participants and all the actors in this sharing and in this collaboration. So, to conclude, here AI is crucial for adapting to coastal climate challenges. For Tunisian case, it shows significant challenges and potential, and the strategic and collaboration approach will ensure a maximum impact. To conclude, thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity. Until next time, hopefully face to face. And I am truly delighted to participate in this international conference, and to have the opportunity to exchange knowledge and ideas with all of you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to collaborate and connect, and hope more success for the conference. Many thanks and goodbye. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Huda Hakim, for that highly insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Your expertise on AI for the planet, has provided us with valuable perspective and actionable solution. In this, in her presentation, the artificial intelligence is revolutionizing climate action by optimizing renewable energy, predicting extreme weather, and tracking carbon emission. However, its success depends on ethical deployment, global collaboration, and ensuring this technology remain accessible to vulnerable communities most affected by climate change. Your shares are particularly relevant as we address to the challenge facing coastal and delta regions. Your work truly underscores the importance of erosion prediction and adaptive defense, smart early warning for flood and storm surge, and optimize of water management, tidal pattern, and sediment types. Okay, we appreciate your time and contribution to this conference. I'm sure your ideas will inspire further discussion in the session to come. Your presence and contribution will undoubtedly elevate the discussion and pave the way to innovate approach, yeah, to managing coastal and delta region amidst climate change, urbanization, and environment pressures. Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Prof. Huda. Now, yeah, it is my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker that's ready in Zoom. Yeah, Prof. Adam Yasimskizwi, yeah, for Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland. Yeah, he is a renewed expert in single and multi-phase fluid flow and contaminant transfer in soils and rocks. Yeah, hydraulic properties of porous media, numerical method for flow and transport in porous media, influence of the climate change and human activity on the groundwater. Let me introduce a brief biography of Professor Adam Kimnewicz. Yeah. Professor Adam has educational background, yeah, PhD degree granted from University Joseph Fouillé from France, yeah, and MSc degree in environmental engineering granted by Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, yeah. His research interests in single and multi-phase fluid flow and contaminant transport in soil and rocks, yeah, hydraulic properties of porous media, numerical methods for flow and transport in porous media, influence of climate change and human activity on groundwater. Yeah, he is professor. Yeah, professor title granted by the President of Republic Poland. Okay, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Adam Kimnewicz, yeah, from Gdańsk University. He will take the stage to share insight on coupled hydraulical models for water flow and nitrate transfer in coastal areas. Okay, for Prof. Adam, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. I'm really very honored that I can be a speaker at the conference about coastal and deltaic areas. And, I'm sorry that I could not come in person, but I hope to visit your university in the future. And I'm also very happy that I had the opportunity to meet people from your university last year when they were visiting our university in Poland. So the aim of my presentation is to share some experience related to modeling water flow and contaminant transport processes in coastal areas that we did in Poland. And I would like to acknowledge also my colleagues from the hydrogeology group at our university who are doing this research with me. So very briefly, I would like to introduce the university from Gdańsk, from Poland. So Poland is a country in Europe on the coast of the Baltic Sea. And, our university is 100 years old, or more than 100 years old. And here you can see the main building of our university. It's one of the 3 universities in our city. It's focused on technical subjects. So this is a technical university with 8 faculties and around 15,000 students. From the Faculty of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and the faculty is divided into several departments, and I'm in the Department of Geotechnical and Hydraulic Engineering, and more specifically in the hydrogeology group. Here you can see my colleagues. We work on several topics related mostly to groundwater flow modeling, but we also do some field measurements and lab measurements on the flow in soils and in and contaminant transport in soils and in groundwater. Let me briefly introduce the general context of the
coastal areas in Poland. So Poland has around 700 kilometers of coastline with different landscapes. So here you can see some of the typical landscapes on the Polish Baltic coast. We have high coasts with cliffs made of tills and clays. We have some peninsulas and islands, and also some coastal lowlands. So these are the three main types of coastal areas that we have in Poland, and they have different hydrogeological settings related to the groundwater. So here we can see some cross sections of showing the groundwater situation at the coast, and there are two main processes which occur everywhere in coastal areas, everywhere in the world. So one process is related to saltwater intrusion, so where you have a contact between fresh water, which comes from the land side, and salt water, which is from the sea or from the ocean. Then there is an interaction, and because salt water is denser, it has a higher density, then it tends to occupy the lower part of the aquifer of the water-bearing strata, and it can enter the land part of aquifer. So it's called as seawater intrusion or saltwater intrusion. Especially this can be enhanced by pumping water from groundwater intakes in the coastal areas. And on the other hand, the fresh groundwater from the land part comes to the sea, because the sea is a natural discharge basin for groundwater. So in the upper part of the aquifer, fresh water is going from the land to the sea, and this is generally known as submarine groundwater discharge, or SGD. So we have interaction between these two processes, saltwater intrusion and submarine groundwater discharge. And this interaction can be different depending on the hydrogeological settings, only in some parts of the Polish coast, but also, for instance, in the Netherlands or in many islands all over the world. And then we have what you see on the right hand side is the cliff coast with which is with higher topography, and here we have some aquifers which are which are pressurized, so they are confined aquifers, and generally there is a stronger flow of groundwater from the land to the sea. So the freshwater stream is let's say more important here, and usually we have less problems with saltwater intrusion, but we do have problems here with the stability of the cliffs, which in Poland we don't have really rock cliffs. These cliffs are made of post-glacial materials, so they were created by glaciers in the past, and it's mostly about glacial till and sand. And the third case, which is on the left-hand side, is a coastal lowland aquifer. It's kind of also typical in many parts of the world, and it can be also related to deltaic environments. And here you have usually unconfined aquifer, and there is some groundwater flow from the land to the sea, but this is because the aquifer is usually unconfined and it's quite thick, there is a higher vulnerability to saltwater intrusion. Now I would like to introduce a case study that we are working on recently, and we are still doing work on this area. So this area is called Puck Bay. So Puck Bay is a part of Baltic Sea, which is semi-enclosed. It's enclosed by the Hel Peninsula, and it's a very shallow part of the sea, which is vulnerable to eutrophication because of the influx of nutrients, which is partly by surface water and partly by groundwater. These nutrients come from the agricultural areas which surround the Bay of Puck. As you can see, it's not far away from our city of Gdańsk. It's maybe just a few 20-30 kilometers to the north from Gdańsk. So what I'm going to present here was started as a project funded by a Polish National Center for Research and Development, which was called Water Putsk. And now it's continued as a part of an EU-funded project. And the main objective of our study was to develop a modeling system to predict nutrient load to the bay of Putsk. So first, let us look at the some basic characteristics of the area. So the land use is mostly agriculture, with main crops that include wheat and silage corn and canola. There is also a considerable part covered by forest, and some part is covered by grass only. So it's used for hay cutting, or it's just permanent grasslands. The population is very low in this area, and the total area is about 170 square kilometers. So the soils that we have in this area are mostly post-glacial, and they include sandy loams and sands, and also we have some organic soils and like peat in the valleys of the streams. There are several streams which come to the Baltic Sea in this area. The climate is, let's say, typical for Central Europe. So we have these four distinct seasons, and there is a significant difference between summer and winter. In winter, the temperature is slightly below zero, and we often get some snow. And in summer, we can have maybe up to 25 or even 30 degrees. The precipitation on the average is around 600 millimeters per year. Now the groundwater is kind of interesting in this area because we have several aquifers, which means several geological strata which bear water. So the shallow aquifer is perched, which means that it's situated on top of clay moraine hills, and then we have also two larger aquifers which are in sandy strata between these these glacial tills, and these two aquifers denoted here by Q1 and Q2, they discharge water to the Baltic Sea, to the Bay of Putsk. So as you can see, this setting is quite complex because we have several aquifers and also several aquitars, which means the confining layers between the aquifers. So the quality of groundwater in the area is variable, and as you can expect, the most contaminated groundwater is in the shallow aquifer, but generally in these two main aquifers, productive aquifers in the area, the quality is not very bad. So mostly it's in the first class according to the Polish regulations. So now let me tell you a few words about the modeling approach, which I think it's interesting, and it's probably the main part that I would like to share with you in this presentation. So the overall aim is to estimate the amount of water and the amount of nutrients which come into the Bay of Putsk from the land, from the agricultural areas which surround it. And for this we had to use several modeling tools. We have one model which is called SWOT. It's Soil Water Assessment Tool. It's a model that we used for surface hydrology and soil hydrology. And SWOT gives us opportunity to calculate water flow and nutrients. The data that we need for this modeling, they include information about land use and agricultural practices, and also the daily weather data, soil data. But SWOT is not a good model for groundwater flow. So to have a better representation of groundwater, we used other modeling tools. So we used ModFlow model and MT3DMS model. So ModFlow is a model for groundwater flow, and MT3DMS is a model for nitrate transport in groundwater. So in general, it's a model for contaminant transport, but we used it to calculate the nitrate fluxes. So we had to couple these models in such a way that the data from SWOT, the data about groundwater recharge and about nitrate leaching from soil to groundwater were taken from SWOT and transferred to ModFlow and MT3DMS. And then we get, from this modeling, we get, from SWOT, we got the flux of nutrients and water in the surface water, in the streams that goes to the Baltic Sea. And from ModFlow and MT3DMS, we got information about the groundwater flux and the associated nitrate flux. And then all these data were used in another model, which was developed by our colleagues from Institute of Oceanology. This model is a 3D model of the water body itself, so the seawater in the Bay of Putsk. So it covers hydrodynamics and ecology of marine water. So I think that this kind of model coupling is unique because it hasn't been probably done earlier, as to the best of my knowledge. So we have a lot of coupling, for instance, between SWOT and ModFlow, but you don't really have much examples of the coupling of models for the land part of hydrological cycle and the models which simulate what happens in the seawater. So that's why I thought that it might be interesting to present it here on a conference related to coastal areas. So the SWOT model is a very well-known hydrological model, which includes all the main hydrological processes in the surface and in the subsurface. But the problem with SWOT is that it has the representation of groundwater flow is very simplistic. So we had to use another model for groundwater flow, as I said. So in SWOT, there is a very detailed representation of what happens to nitrogen, the nitrogen cycle, with different pools of mineral nitrogen and organic nitrogen, and all these biochemical reactions which happen between these pools. So that's one strong point of the SWOT model. Also for the phosphorus cycle, SWOT is very comprehensive, so it offers a good representation of the phosphorus cycle. So we included all these processes related to nitrogen and phosphorus transformation in SWOT in our model. Of course, there is a question of calibration of such complicated models, and here the main lesson that we learned from this modeling exercise is that we need to be as much holistic as possible. So we have to use as much data as possible. We did not really have sufficient data on surface water flow, so we had to supplement it with data on, for instance, on crop yield, because the SWOT model also gives you information about predicted crop yield in agriculture. So we sent a questionnaire to the farmers in the area, and we collected a lot of data about agricultural practices and also about the crop yield and biomass production, and we used this data in the calibration of the model, which is also kind of unusual because typically you use only hydrological data or the measurement of nutrient concentrations, but we did not really have enough data on this, so we had to use also the data related to crop yield and agricultural production. And with this, we finally arrived at some kind of calibrated model which was satisfying to our expectations. And for groundwater flow, we used, as I said, we used ModFlow and MT3DMS, and these models were calibrated using observations of the water table position in many observation points. And as I said, here in the groundwater, we only simulated flow of nitrate, so only one component of these nutrients. So in surface water we had information about nitrogen and phosphorus forms, but in groundwater only nitrate so far. But we are working on extension of this model. So what kind of results you can get from this modeling approach? You can get information about groundwater recharge, so the amount of water which infiltrates from soil to groundwater. You can get information about the leaching of the nitrate from soil to groundwater. You can get information about fluxes from surface water and groundwater to the Baltic Sea, and this is a detailed information with it's detailed in space and also with respect to different geological layers and aquifers. Also, this is a model which is transient, so it's unsteady in time. So you can get information about how this changed from basically from day to day, because it operates on daily basis and using daily weather forecasts. And here I just present some all the results for the calibration period, but you can clearly see how the groundwater recharge and the flux of nitrate changes from one year to the other. You can notice that, for instance, in 2006 there was a very dry year with almost no recharge, and also the fluxes which go to the Baltic Sea, they also fluctuate, but these fluctuations are smaller, so they are somehow smooth in time. What else we can obtain from the model? We can use this model to evaluate different types of scenarios related to land use. For instance, what happens if we change the type of crops in the area, or we have a general change in land use, for instance, from forest to agriculture or so on. And it turned out that depending on the type of crops, you can have quite significant effect on the nitrate leaching and also on the groundwater recharge, because the crops, they have different demands for water, and there are different scenarios for fertilization, so for the use of fertilizers. So it's all reflected in this model. So to conclude, we developed a complex model which integrates land and marine compartments. Here in this presentation, I focused mostly on the groundwater part, because that's my area of expertise, and that's what our group was doing. But it also includes the marine compartment. This coupled modeling approach based on the use of SWOT and ModFlow computer programs is useful for evaluating the effects of various factors on the interchange of fresh and salt water in the area. And also from the model we get significant variability of water fluxes and nitrate fluxes in time. There are some limitations of this model which are mostly related to inaccurate description of flow and transport in the deeper part of the soil profile, and also in the groundwater model. So far we have only nitrate transport, so we would like to extend it, and that's why we are continuing our work on this model in the context of an EU project, SoilProm, where we plan to add phosphorus transport component to groundwater, and also to improve some of the mathematical descriptions which underlie this modeling approach. So from my part, that would be all, and thank you very much for your attention. I think that this model can be probably a basis for cooperation, because this modeling approach could be applied to some other places. So maybe there will be some opportunity for cooperation in the future, and I will be happy to answer any questions if we have, I don't know, either now or maybe in the later session for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Dr. Adam Kimis, for the valuable topic of hydrological model for water flow in nitrate transfer in coastal areas. Your work is very truly underscores the importance for groundbreaking work on fluid flow and contaminant transport in porous media provides invaluable insight for addressing critical environmental and groundwater challenge. Thank you very much, Prof. Adam, for your presentation.
Thank you.
And after after the third keynote speaker, there are question and answer session, and then we go to the third keynote speaker. It's my honor to introduce our next distinguished speakers. Prof. Floris Bohat, from Hans University of Applied Science, Netherlands. He is a renowned expert in climate adaptation and optimizing long-term efficiency and of urban nature-based solution. So let me introduce Prof. Floris Bohat. We call him Pak Floris. Pak Floris have a PhD degree from Delft University Technology, Netherlands. He has a professor in Hans University of Applied Science and from Netherlands. His interest research of climate adaptation and optimizing long-term efficiency of urban nature-based solution as rain garden, bioswales, and permeable pavement. So let's join me to hear the presentation from Professor Floris Bohat. Please welcome Professor Floris Bohat.
Hi everyone, my name is Floris Bogaert, Professor Floris Bogaert from the Hans Applied University in Groningen, and I'm very happy to see you or speak to you at this international conference of coastal and delta areas. I'm not in Indonesia. I have been in January this year. I try to minimize my CO2 load, so I hope you forgive me for not being there. It is a great program and a great pleasure, of course, to speak to you about the flood resilience of a lot of things we are doing in cooperation with Indonesia. I will share some slides. I have about half an hour on the program, but let me go quite fast to some slides that gives you an impression of the work that have been doing. So international knowledge exchange is one of the important things, and also the theme about flood protection and of course adaptation, mostly about nature-based solutions. So I'm going to speak about some of the platforms that we built with Indonesia, Brantasai, for example, or Climate Scan as it's called from the Netherlands. So I'm just going to give you a short introduction. I think it's nice to see some of the solutions that are answers to the challenges that we both have, and also platform tools, some examples that you could use in your practice. But maybe first, who is Floris Bogaert? So I work at Deltares, which is a research institute in the Netherlands. Do a lot of work for the government, also Asian Development Bank, World Bank. We do a lot of research around the world on flood protection and related topics. So this is the Netherlands. I'm also a professor in Groningen, which is in the northeast. And if the dikes would break, because you probably know that we live below sea level partly, I would be out of jobs. Of course, we have floating buildings. As you can see here, this is the head office of the Global Center of Adaptation, also doing a lot of work in Indonesia. And well, if you have been in the Netherlands, you probably saw a lot of floating urbanization, which will be a great opportunity to see some of the innovations there as well. So I work as a professor in Groningen, with, of course, a lot of colleagues. Some are quite involved with the work also that we do on international knowledge exchange. A lot of international projects. This is Deltares, so it's about drought, floods, but also heat stress or new energy forms. So there's a large amount of topics that we can deal with and do, of course. So, and maybe Floris Bogaert, I'm sometimes called a flood fighter, as you can see here. I flood streets, I flood bioswales, just to see how they work and how we can optimize them. And maybe you've seen me and of course my friends before on winter sessions. These are some of the projects we do, living labs, partnerships. So I'm just going to brush through. Have been coming to Indonesia for about 15 years now. We had a lot of visits with our friends from Unisula and other partners, of course, as well. Several Studium Generale. Of course, drinking coffee or other things with a lot of friends. It's always great to see the happy, smiling faces. So in the beginning of this year, we were invited, as you can see, with this. It was a great day with Henny. Not gonna tell too much, but it was really nice to be a visiting professor with our friends from Denmark. One of them is also speaking, and of course, you have a great program, and it's really important for us to see and meet the people and see how we can help out, how we can work together. We had some field trips, just to give you some pictures of this as well, also to the mangroves and some of the villages that we wanted to see. I have a great book here as well that I should not forget to show you. And of course, I really like the biodiversity, which is under stress as well. So, just in short, challenges, we share challenges. There's floodings, there's water quality, there's drought, there's subsidence as well, even higher rates than we have in the Netherlands now. For us, it's quite stabilized because we don't do, a lot groundwater attraction anymore. But of course, a lot of challenges are the same. And that means that the approaches could be the same as well to find solutions. We analyze, then we have an ambition, and then we go to action because you have to know what's going on. You have to see what will be the improvement to set a target in the future. And of course, action should be always needed. And we can learn a lot from action because, we've seen some of the sinking cities basically because of subsidence, also sea level rise, sinking cities all around the world. Rotterdam is one of the cities, of course, but 1/3 of the Netherlands, as I showed on the map, is in stress of subsidence, and water has to be pumped out, and it will be harder in the coming years because of sea level rise and also the groundwater extraction and peat oxidizing. So floating future, we already saw some examples. Of course, that's not the Netherlands. You see here the floating library in Semarang, and also floating restaurants. So these are some of the solutions that I want to talk about actually in this short lecture, so to say. So we have problems, but we also have a lot of solutions. And lately, mostly we want to fill that in with nature-based solutions. So that will be the mangroves or the constructed wetlands, or there are many that we can brush upon. And I think really important is also, of course, here is Semarang, Surabaya on the list, and climate cafes that coming from a university, it's really about capacity building and raising awareness. We have to build some great people that work on climate adaptation because it is the biggest challenge that we have. And it's not that we don't have solutions. I mean, this is a map, climatescan.org. It has over 20,000 projects that we worked on together from the climate cafes. So there's a lot that we can see and exchange knowledge about, because a lot of solutions we just don't know. So I'm just going to talk a bit about the challenges, which I actually had. Then it's about the strategy and the solutions. I want you to show where are the examples. So that will be ClimateScan, for example, but also Brantasai. It's the website in Bahasa to reach all people. So that has to do with inclusiveness. So challenges, drought, floodings, heat stress, but also waste, for example, and also not only in coastal areas, coastal cities. We don't want to have a green line and a fine gray line, so gray infrastructure and green infrastructure. We really want to implement large scale, but also small scale urban nature-based solutions. And that could be green roofs, as you see here, or tree planting, so that's reforestation, slope stabilization, bioswales or biofiltration could also be rain gardens. So there are a lot of implementations that you could do. And we have to change that because most of our infrastructure is gray, as they say, with not a large capacity, as you can see here on the right, which is more, in this case, from Vancouver, biofiltration. So, and we have to give the water more room. Also, coming from the Netherlands, there were the roads were there used to be used by ships, but then the cars came, so we made it into roads, and we could see a lot of floodings. And well, some of the roads are now being changed to water again because of climate adaptation and water storage. So this is in the city of Utrecht. And some examples are from small villages as well. There's a rain garden in Nijverdal, where cars are being banned for a more livable city, and green is being invited, and also climate adaptation. So this has to do with infiltration of rainwater for drought. It has storage volume, but also heat. So it's a multifunctional solution, but you have to have the room for that as well. So a strategy for cities, coastal cities, deltas, because most of the people tend to live, of course, there. There are a lot of them. And I think some famous examples are maybe from Singapore. Well, they discharge the water with gray channels, as we did in the Netherlands as well. And now they made them into a nature-based solution, which is more not a straight line, not a concrete line, but a lot of nature came back in this case in this park. So it delivers ecosystem services in cities. So there's a lot of benefits, as you can see here, mostly, of course, tapping into the challenges that we had, but it could bring a lot more because biodiversity is a very big challenge as well. And there are so many measures that can be taken, mostly nature-based. It could be on a social level. It could also be on a technical level. I just want to brush on that. And I think most importantly is about an integrated international approach. So it means it's not only about too much water. You could see all the challenges and you want to solve all those challenges with multidisciplinary solutions. So it's about infrastructure, it's about finance, it's about the cities, of course, water, the natural environment. It's about people taking action, and mostly about disaster risk management. And we can find great solutions around the world, floating solar panels, large green walls, insect houses as big as walls, for example. We can make it fun as well. This is a soup bowl in Belgium, which I like a lot. And you can see the cities just changing into parking spaces that are changed into biofiltration. So these are small scale implementations, but quite rapidly. In the Netherlands, in the last 5 years, approximately probably 10 to 20,000 implementations have taken place, and that's quite a lot because and still not enough to store all the water of the most more intensive rainfalls. So, example. Because you have to use everything in a coastal city. You don't have a lot of space. So you have roofs, and these are green roofs. Of course, you know green roofs, but these are green roofs that store water, could store up to 0.5 meter. And they actually are smart roofs, so they listen to the weather forecast. And if a storm would come, they release the storage. There's also big bioswales or parks that are made lower, so the water could be contained when there's a lot of rain, so it doesn't go in the houses, but it stays on the depression in the field, and it can be used as a play garden, as you can see as well. So a lot of roads are permeable pavement. There are 4 types of that. So grass, filled grid pavers in the middle, but also asphalt or stones or storage underneath the roads. Water squares, so these are big squares that made lower, so if it rains, the water will be stored there and not having a nuisance for the houses and the buildings there. So, because we have to protect the infrastructure, and in this case, it seems to be the other way around. The storage is on the road, and the grass is green. So, one of the solutions is quite simple: is lower the grass and let the water flow. And infrastructure could be used, of course, for storage. So these are roundabouts that are hollow. So they can store water, and actually that water is sometimes reused as well. So that's an answer to drought. And there's also the no regret. So that means that near buildings we can do more greening against heat stress and of course biodiversity, and also small pocket gardens, or as you can see here, so people are more aware of introducing green. And well, if there's public transportation like this, so that could be trams or trains or buses, some green corridors can be made in cities by just making them green. And that's lovely. And of course, there are a lot of examples from Indonesia. This is near Jakarta, where bridges are being built with boats. I find that very clever, and that's also quite flexible, and using, of course, the floating urbanization, or these roads. This is then in China, but roads can be made floating. So floating urbanization, of course, an answer to too much water. The infrastructure goes up or it goes down because of drought. And we have to use that water. We have to infiltrate that water as well. So one of the examples, biopori, I took home. I think it's quite clever as well, because it's a solution to infiltrate the water to deeper layers, because of the extraction for drinking water, there's a lot of minimizing or declining groundwater levels, and that's actually what's causing, well, it's part of causing the subsidence, which is, well, makes even cities disappear. So with a higher sea level water rate. And I applaud, of course, the rain gardens in Jakarta and in Indonesia. A lot of water is being stored in parks, and also the infrastructure. So what you can see is made green, and of course that's a great solution for the biodiversity as well, and heat stress. It cools down. So I think that it looks lovely. Being in a rainforest, for me in the Netherlands, there's not a lot of forests, so it makes me really happy. And well, one of the things that I found quite shocking in this book is there an example of is permanent flooding. It's there used to be a lot of mangroves. The ground was very higher. The sea level was a bit lower. But seeing the houses in these areas being abandoned by a lot of people, some people still live there, and it's quite dangerous as well. So it really reminded me of the situation in the Netherlands, which I started with as well. We had a disaster in 1953. Dikes broke. We had to really make kilometers of defenses. One of them is the Afsluitdijk, which actually closed off a part of the water from the sea to protect a longer stretch that we was flooded a lot. So it's all part of the Delta Works. Maybe you have heard of it. These are massive infrastructures that when the sea would come, we can close it off. But of course, it's quite a different situation now with climate change. The seawater goes up and the intensive rainfall. So this is near Rotterdam. Rotterdam is one of the cities that the water comes on your head from above as rain. It comes from the sea. It also comes from the rivers. It also actually comes up because parts are below sea level. So that's a worst case scenario, I would say. And there's always the question, are we safe for now? Since 1953, we didn't have big floodings. Of course, because of due to rivers and not through the sea. And of course, also rain, so we're not safe. But we did a lot of works to protect ourselves. So, and of course, the nuisance in the city from the high intention rain, that's about implementing solutions in the urban area, and that's where climate scan is about, and also brandafzuig. So just coming back to that, I think it's quite clever what we've seen. There are some no regret measures, but it's big infrastructure measures. So that would be seawalls, nature-based solutions as mangroves, the flood walls. There are large pumps installed, and then also some smaller, small-scaled solutions. So there will be green walls or shading structures against the heat stress, and also infiltration of rainwater. And floating houses, of course, one of the things. Yeah, you have to decide: are you going to adapt or leave? The same question I just asked for the Netherlands, are we safe now, is the same for Indonesia. Big works are being made, a lot of investments, and of course you need these, otherwise it will be flooded, or even cities would have been washed away. But it's a lot of infrastructure that you also have to maintain. And even in the Netherlands, there are situations that we would say maybe we have to leave, because in 100 years, what is our strategy? Can we even live in those places? Well, at least we don't want to build so close to the coast, maybe, because there is a risk, of course, or we have to build in a different ways. So that could be the floating or elevated houses, or because this is our future. In the Netherlands, also Indonesia, but of course other stretches of the world as well. So there's a long-term problem ahead that we can't deny, and we cannot fix everything. What we do have to do is to give nature benefits. We have to restore nature, and that taps into the coast protection of the mangroves, for example. It was really great to visit that. I was really amazed about the biodiversity as well, which is of course a benefit of nature-based solutions, and it can do a lot for flood protection. Deltares did a lot of work on that, and proving that we can be safe by the help of nature, but it's not one fits all. You need gray and green, but really it's really hard to restore mangroves. So the first step is always protection, or showing that nature has its place and make use of it. I found the solutions. These are floating houses, the greenhouses that you could see. They're quite smart, of course, but also it's culturally dependent if you want to live in the house. There are a lot of people that still live in their own houses because they don't want to move. So that's something to take also into consideration. So there's a combination of floating buildings, also making the flood walls, that also in the Netherlands is being used, and it will be very nice to do research more with other materials. So styrofoam, we saw the blue barrels, of course, maybe bamboo, and make this distinction in the cost of the materials and also the efficiency. And also in the Netherlands, we're having salt-resistant crops. I find it very smart that, for example, you try to grow seaweed that can be used in a lot. So that's something we really can learn in the Netherlands for that, because salt water is coming in, so we better embrace it. And the shading of green, the heat stress every summer it's getting more warm, so we really need those facades that you could see here all around, and the green walls. Was quite amazed on how the maintenance climbers came up and to do the maintenance of that. And of course there's a minimize of groundwater use, so rainwater harvesting is quite essential. the pumping up of groundwater, especially by big companies, should halt to a stop, or we have to really infiltrate the water. So that goes about grass-filled grid pavers, which I talked about before. These are small-scaled solutions, but if you implement them on a big scale, of course, that's quite efficient. I talked already about the thousands or close to 20,000 implementations. Of course, a lot of water goes in the ground and there's less flooding. So I talked a lot about solutions, and there's an overview of a lot of platforms that you can use to see all these solutions. While I was there with my group in Indonesia, we mapped these solutions also. That's the best handout you can have, because you also can participate in it. Climate Scan is mapping climate adaptation solutions. You can see here Europe, this mostly where I work around here, and also Asia. So that would be Indonesia, but also we can learn from the Philippines or other regions. And of course we did, with our partners in Indonesia, we did workshops. So we asked people what they actually like, and we worked on that. And some of the results are already being published, and you can see what people find very interesting. For example, the permeable pavement, or some of the other biofiltration systems that could be upscaled in Central Java and around. And also the technique or the platform itself, Climate Scan, was being brought up in the local language Brantasai. It's already more projects, as you can see here, but it's a great opportunity to exchange knowledge between our two countries. So the Netherlands on the left with Climate Scan and Brantasai on the right. And it's very nice as a researcher, of course, to see all those solutions. The floating houses, you can see here, the biopori that I talked about, those the green walls, and there are the swales implemented. And in this case, it's not only about researchers, it's about the public as well, showing what they need. And they can showcase their great works as it being done in the Netherlands. So these are people making pictures and uploading them on Climate Scan. These are some enthusiastic people that have uploaded a lot of projects, and all these projects can be analyzed, and we do research. Again, the story with being a flood fighter. And a flood fighter means that you can implement them, but you also have to make sure that they actually are long-term efficient, that they still perform to keep out water nuisance and minimize heat stress and drought, for example. And you can learn also with a platform what are the top views. What do people like? And these are rain gardens. People like it because it's like an extension of their garden. And on the left, you see a hollow gully-free road, which is cheaper than the grey infrastructure you put in the ground, and it has a large capacity for rainwater events. And that's cheap and effective. That's what people like. And of course, you can see communication and trends. So this is the future maybe for Brantasai, uploading a lot of projects and then see what people view the most on social media or other means, and that gives some value to us. So meeting private and public partners, but also researchers, what is going on and what do people like? Because you shouldn't implement nature-based solutions that have not agreed by the general public, because basically it's their space as well. So the climate cafes give a lot of information, which I talked about. It's really education in the field, so that makes it nice. And it also gave a lot of data. So we did climate cafes about floating houses already, I think, 12 years ago. And then, coming around, water quality was, of course, one of the themes, and we could show a lot of solutions. And all those solutions, this is every day a new solution. Actually, there's so many solutions coming to the platform Climate Scan that we have to do 3 solutions a day uploads. You can see the QR code for that as well. And then you get, every day you get, new solutions or inspiration that you could use. And of course, lots of the work is in on Java, but this is from Ambon. Some videos. Let me play a part so you can see also how this is being viewed. This is about the reuse of plastic into products that has been sold. So that's quite nice example. So I'm not going to show the whole video, of course, because I have to round up, I see. And of course, a lot of examples from Brandasai that is closely related to waste management and also the water quality. So, and well, with the QR code that I just showed, it's about constructed wetlands. So that's really nature-based solutions, but also river cleanups. So a lot of videos are there. You can have a search and search on waste booms or other aquaponics. Quite interesting as well to implement that. So green walls, urban farming. Some are more on the heat stress, so a pergola or unpaved parking spaces can be very nice. So, well, circular economy. So a lot of examples. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I think showing some of the waste management, waste booms, for example, you can waste traps. If you look for that, you can see multiple locations. Also, new products that you can make from waste, which might be quite nice. You can make houses of it, or it's of course also material, but it should not be in the environment, and it could help because some of the nature-based solutions are circular. So, well, problems and solutions. I think now you know where to look for them. The Brandasai is one. It's good to make a comparison. So on top it's the climate scan. Down you see Brandasai. You can find all the floating houses and other solutions that I showed. You can also go to other places. So these are Bosco Verticale. It's Italian for vertical forest that you can find in a lot of places. Floating villages you can find. Green roofs, of course. Well, there's so many great solutions that people like or implemented with partners. You can go to Suriname. This is Paramaribo, which is starting with nature-based solutions. So a lot of locations they starting to implement, and it's very nice that they share these examples so you can learn from it. Flood-proofing houses in some ways. These are just houses. Sometimes it's real buildings. This is Hamburg in Germany. They close off a whole district, and then just the flood comes in. I'm not sure if that's relevant for Java. It's quite expensive, but it's of course a way that they just have rivers just flowing through the city. They just close it off, and when the water goes down, they open the shops again. It's quite amazing to see that. And well, this is New Orleans, learning from disaster, elevated houses. They had some major floods. Also the hill on the right, it's, well, if the dike would break, it's only a couple of meters, so people can actually flee to the hill and stay dry. So these examples are being viewed a lot on Climate Scan. As I mentioned, there's almost a world coverage of people using it, exchanging knowledge, and it's not a female or a male thing. It's not an old man thing or a young thing. You can see that's quite distributed, so that's really nice. And of course, also implementing Brandasai with the partners had made it even more impact. As you can see here, a lot of people are using it, so and that makes it nice. And of course, there are a lot of challenges with online platforms. You have to keep the action, and it should be relevant. And some things we did as T-shirts gave away if people would upload 10 more solutions. Social media is very important, of course, in sharing. And of course, as a researcher, I care a lot about data quality. So we do a lot of workshops to show people how you could actually implement these platforms. So in the beginning of the year, that was one of the reasons we have been talking about climate scan and also making layers with special information so researchers can use it. And that taps, of course, in more knowledge and also scientific papers that, of course, people like me as researcher with my friends from Indonesia will take up in the future to also see what Brantasai has been doing. And with the data that has been uploaded, of course. And also the trends from Brantasai, it would be great to see what is viewed the most or regarded the most as tangible solution for Malang or for Java, Semarang, Surabaya, all these cities. So, and then we can distribute it to the urban typology. We can select some of the best management practices, and what was great about the visit beginning this year is also to have some concrete suggestions how you can make these platforms sharing knowledge, because not everybody has the time to view everything. So also from you, because I will leave it here as my last slide, because I see I'm already a minute over time and I'm very Dutch, so I have to close off. I promised to show you some of the challenges. I showed you solutions, and of course this is a very short presentation. Go to climatescan.org. You can use the QR code to show the videos or anything. I hope you add a project what you like the most, and believe me, it's really helping a lot of people around the world seeing your projects, your knowledge, or get in touch so I can help you with my group from Groningen and also Deltares to share even more and make sure that you have a great conference and have not a lack of solutions. So again, thank you so much for inviting me and giving the time to share my knowledge. I really hope you have a good time, and let's stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Inspiring of presentation on climate adaptation and nature-based solution is very, very inspiring. Yeah. So all the participants, yeah, we now go to the question and answer session. Okay. Okay. Prof. Floris has already on Zoom. How are you? Apa kabar, Pak Floris? Nice to meet you, Pak Floris. Okay. Okay.
Great to see you again.
Great to see you. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. So thank you to all our esteemed speakers for the insightful presentation on the coastal and delta areas, yeah, mitigation strategies and sustainable water management. Now, we encourage to all our participants to engage, yeah, with our speakers to propose the question to the speakers, yeah. In Zoom, there's already Prof. Adam and Prof. Floris. Please propose your question to Prof. Adam and Prof. Floris, yeah. Okay, I limited on for 2 questions for each speaker, because Prof. Huda is not joined yet, yeah, in the Zoom room, yeah. Okay, so for the participants who propose the question for the speakers, time is yours. Please raise your hand or propose your question. Okay. No question? If no question, I have a question. Okay, I have a question for Prof. Adam, yeah, and Prof. Floris. Yeah. Okay, for Prof. Adam, yeah, I propose the question: how can coupled hydrological model can be used to simulate the impact of climate change, yeah, on water flow and nitrates transport in coastal area? It's very interesting because Indonesia, yeah, there's tidal water with intrusion to the groundwater. So how we model the hydrological model and how to know that the groundwater is polluted by salinitas for the sea water. Okay. Please, maybe you can directly answer. Prof.
Yeah,
Adam?
thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Clearly.
So thank you very much for this question. Yeah, this is a very good point, and actually we are now working on application of these models for different scenarios of climate change. So the model is generally fed by daily weather data. So what you need to simulate the influence of climate change is you need to consider some future scenarios, and there are some tools to get some hypothetical series of weather data, for instance, until the year 2100, depending on different, you have this different path related to emissions of CO2 and this socioeconomic development path. So for each of these paths, you can try to get from global model and regional model, you can get some data and then downscale it to get daily weather data. And that's actually what we did for another place near Gdańsk. I did not show it in the presentation, but there is another place which is called Vistula Spit. It's a very thin peninsula with freshwater lands. And we did this kind of simulations showing how this freshwater lands might be smaller with difference in climate, mostly by increased evapotranspiration. And also another factor to consider is, of course, the sea level rise. And sea level rise in our area is a little bit larger than the global average, because in the southern part of Baltic coast is it's a kind of something that is left by the glaciers. So it's still a geological process related to receding glaciers. It's a isostatic adjustment, which means that the Scandinavia, the northern part of the Baltic, goes up, and the southern part of the Baltic goes down a little bit. So for this, we also can include this in our model by changing the boundary condition on the side of the model, which is at the sea, so on the sea coast. So we just set the boundary condition variable in time to have the effect of increasing sea level. And then it's really one good thing about this kind of model is that you can really investigate a lot of different factors, and also including factors related to climate. Because if the climate changes, you can have different precipitation patterns, but you can also have different evapotranspiration. And for instance, what we get from our studies for Dolbel Poland is that we looked at how this changes over the last 20 years, or even more, even 50 years. And we noticed that the average precipitation in yearly precipitation does not really change, but the distribution changes. So we have more intense rainfalls, shorter but more intense rainfalls, and also because we have this the increase of temperature, which is quite visible, average yearly temperature, we have increased evapotranspiration, and increased evapotranspiration means generally less groundwater recharge. So there is a depletion of groundwater in some parts of northern Poland. So we did this such kind of studies for a part which is not directly at the coast, but not far away from Gdańsk. And also right now we are studying the possible effects for a part which is directly on the coast, and it's with hypothetical scenarios until 2100. So it's really it's not really difficult to include these scenarios in our model. The question is, of course, how reliable are your data, because it's all it's taken from some predictions. Yes, you cannot really verify, but you can test a range of different scenarios, definitely, with the models. And related to the salinity, actually, in the place that I showed in my presentation, the saltwater intrusion is not such a big problem, because there is a strong influx of fresh water from the land to the sea. But for instance, in this in these thin peninsulas, sandbars, of course, saltwater intrusion is a problem, and we are now working on another place where we develop a model with variable density groundwater flow. Yes? So if you want to consider salinity in groundwater, then you need another modeling approach which uses a variable density formulation. So it allows you to include this variability in density between saltwater and freshwater, and then you have in the model you have these effects of salt water moving into your aquifer. So again, this is possible. We have the tools to do this, and we can consider the effects of different scenarios related to climate change and sea level rise, how they impact the salinity level in the coastal aquifers. And also on top of this, you have to also add the different scenarios in water use. So of course how much water is taken by the groundwater wells, which is a very, very important factor. For instance, in Gdańsk, the uptake decreased over the last 40 years, and the salinity is now not as big a big problem as it was in the 80s, but maybe in the future it will change. So thank you. So.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Adam. Yeah, it's very clear answer for me. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Adam. Yeah. Okay, for Pak Floris, I have a question. Yeah. The question is, I have proposed a question. So the question is, what are the key challenges and opportunities for implementing climate adaptation measures in especially in Semarang? Yeah, for example, what is the obstacle? Yeah. What is the challenge? Or political will, or something? What something or something or another method? Yeah, I think because it's very in coastal area in Semarang, you know, yeah, you have been to go to Timbul Seloko, yeah, there's a floating house there, yeah, the disaster is very it's very rusak. It's a broken.
Yeah,
okay.
Challenging.
It's very challenging. Yeah. Okay.
Indeed. Yeah, so on a general level, the obstacles being felt in the world about implementing is mostly, it's about budgets, it's about space. Urban dense areas as Semarang is also a challenge to implement, and also capacity. So that means basically the people to do it, but also the knowledge of the people to do it. So you have to know about solutions before you implement them. So these three are the most challenging. I think for Semarang, as you already talked about, subsidence is quite a big challenge. The groundwater in extraction, Adam's telling about saltwater intrusion. So are the regions even livable, or we have to adapt to that new groundwater levels, sea levels, of course, coming in. Seeing the challenges of basically the flooded houses, so to say, and Semarang is not the only region, but it's quite striking. That has to do with subsidence. I think the first rule is to stop the groundwater extractions. I mean, that's something we did in the Netherlands as well. It goes down with meters, and some meters a year. So that's the first thing. And also protect all the natural assets. So the mangroves, of course, we're now re-implanting them, but we shouldn't have removed them. And nature-based solutions, as I tell here, it's not a magic stick that you can just say plant a tree. Most politicians might say that, we just plant some mangroves and then everybody's safe. It doesn't work that way. So it needs a combination with gray and nature-based solutions. So we've seen the flood walls, we've seen the pumps. That's needed, and also to protect nature. So the challenges, to sum up, of course, it's about budgets, about capacity, and it's about the technical implementation. But I think first we need to stop the groundwater extraction. So that means we have to use surface water or even seawater for the uses of the industries, and protect nature. That would be the first steps. And then after that come some small scale solutions that I also talked about. And we need big and small solutions, and I hope that will help, and that I can visit Semarang soon so we can talk more in detail about the strategies and the solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Floris and Prof. Adam and Prof. Huda. Yeah. Because time is up, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honored speakers, yeah. It is my great pleasure to bring this international conference on the International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas, yeah, 2025 to a close, yeah. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone one of you, yeah, for participating in this event, yeah. As we conclude this international conference on climate adaptation and resilience through sustainable development in coastal and delta areas, let us carry forward the knowledge, passion, and commitment we've shared this past day. The fight against climate change demands more than awareness, yeah. It requires both research, unwavering collaboration, and collective action. We all share one planet, one sky, and one future. Let us rise to the challenge, innovate, cooperate, and act decisively to protect our ecosystems, to secure our coastline, yeah, and safeguard this earth for generations to come. Together, we can turn resilience into reality. Thank you. Let's continue this vital mission beyond today. Give big applause to all speakers. Thank you very much, Prof. Adam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Floris. Thank you very much, yeah, Prof. Huda. The session I will give to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all the invited speakers, and also for moderator for their this given presentation and valuable insight. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the parallel session, which be held both outside in designed room and online via Zoom, starting at 3:30 p.m. Please refer to the conference schedule or ask the committee for your assigned room and Zoom link. With that, we officially conclude that the first day of the 6th International Conference on Coastal and Delta Areas. We sincerely thank you for your active participation throughout today's session.
Well, we kindly remember that we will announce the Best Paper and Best Presenter Award in the closing of the ceremony tomorrow. Please join the closing ceremony after parallel session ended. So, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, we have 3 rooms for parallel session. Room A is at the first floor of this building in the doctoral seminar room, and then room B is at G.1.1.2 for master programs room at the second floor, and room C is at the corner near room B. And for online moderators, can be here in the seminar room, so don't go anywhere. For online participant, please enter the room according to your divided room, parallel session classification. Well, ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.